listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round. We are out at Walker Park for some Sunday football. Division 1, two heavyweights about to go head-to-head. It is Mitcham taking on Boronia. The Tigers back in Division 1 after last year's Premier Division season. Boronia came up to Division 1 last season, played off in the final series, and with a lot of recruiting from both sides, with their both lists are very strong going into this season, could be two contenders for the Premiership at the end of the year. And we get to see them go head-to-head today for the first time since 2019. Very much looking forward to that. We'll hear from both coaches in a moment, but welcome on the pre-game crew. Myself, Ryan Long, joined by Josh Ward and Wayne Brasher. Josh, I'll start with you because you were out at Fair Park with me yesterday in what was a thrilling finish, and we're going to talk about that a bit later, but great way to start the footy season.
It was a cracker of a way to start the footy season. Out at Fair Park, it had it all, and I'm looking forward to discussing it alongside you gentlemen once again and all the games that took place around the ground. Some fascinating results and some high scoring plus some low scoring games in conditions that certainly weren't the greatest yesterday afternoon. No, they weren't. It was a bit of a tough weekend weather-wise to start the season, but that's okay. There were some interesting results that came out of it. And Wayne Brasher, of course, welcome to you for the first time this weekend.
Yep.
It's a very fascinating one, round one, because there are always a few results that are a bit left of field, and you don't really get a read on everything, but there are some key takeaways across all divisions that we'll probably get to today.
Well, first and foremost, it's just great to have a full round of EFNL football proper to start the season again. And yes, you're right. Whilst there were some knowns and we were able to discuss them and people were pretty much on the mark with their tipping, once again there was some trends, right, that reared their ugly head early in a couple of divisions.
Yep.
But there was a couple of surprises as well.
Well, let's start with Premier Division, and I want to talk about this one first because this one, not the result that East Ringwood won surprised me, but the margin. The Roos ended up beating South Croydon at Cheon Park by 70 points, 15-11, 101 to 4-7, 31, and it wasn't even close. At halftime, it was 9 goals to 1. And then they ended up obviously blowing that out to a 70-point margin in the end. They did beat South Croydon last year in this fixture by 100 points in a very bizarre game, and we thought that won't happen obviously this weekend. It sort of has in a way. Josh Fox kicked the 5 goals for the Roos. Tristan Tweedy starting off the season well listed as their best player. Jet Latchford was listed best on for South Croydon, and all single goal kickers, just the 4 goals for them. Bit of a surprise, Brash.
It was, and look, without actually watching the game, probably the key takeaway for me, the reason why South Croydon was soundly beaten is, sounds like to me they just couldn't get their hands on the ball. And I think that always happens. I think East Ringwood probably had a bit of a chip on their shoulder after the way they were unceremoniously dumped out of the finals last year, and I think they had a point to prove. Interestingly enough, I went back over the win-loss ratios of these two, and since East Ringwood have come back into Premier Division, they've played South Croydon at Cheon Park 4 times and have beaten them now 4 times there. So it's a happy hunting ground for them, Josh.
And they enjoy playing South Croydon as well. I think they might have lost once or twice since coming back into Premier Division to South Croydon.
Yeah,
so they clearly have the wood over them, and particularly in the opening round. And the margin is probably the biggest surprise, just given South Croydon didn't have their best side on the park. No Anthony Scott, then he'll miss the first couple of weeks due to injury, but they still had a pretty decent side on the park in comparison to East Ringwood, who have some players to come back into the lineup. So I still take away the fact that East Ringwood will look pretty good this year, but you also can't read too much into it, just given the fact that it is round one. You don't know what kind of attitude South Croydon would have come out with, but equally you also don't know, you don't know how East Ringwood will fare this season.
All right, I'll go before we move on to the next game. In South Croydon's eyes, the result in terms of the margin would be disappointing, and they probably, and if was if there was a time to play your worst game of the year, right, this was the game to play it. Get it out of your system. Just put it behind you, because they did start slowly last year at 0-4. So that's why we can't take that much into it until we probably see a month's worth of football.
But that's the thing Brendan Allen highlighted when I spoke with him in the pre-season. He didn't want to get off to that slower start. This is a setback to that start for season 2026, Ryan.
Yeah, that's right. A couple of key players as well to note. Some of their inclusion, Stephen May and Blake Pearson, both kicked 2 goals each. We sort of debated where they'll play Stephen May. We haven't looked at the footage, so I haven't sort of seen for the full game of where he'll be obviously situated on the ground. But good result for the Roos to start the season, and I think they're going to be one of the sides to watch in Premier Division. Noble Park Roval, bit of a surprise. They were very competitive, the Bulls. 9-10-64 to 11-7-73 Roval, and we're in front in periods of this game. And this is a strong Roval side. We saw a strong Roval side last week against South Belgrave, but they had 3 VFL players come in. They had Clark, they had Trent Minot,
Tane
Barlow into the side. Verrill came in as well. So it was a very, very strong side compared to a young Bulls outfit. But I think they're going to be, and I had them, Josh, you did too. We had them both getting relegated this season. But I think they're going, and one, it's probably coaching as well. I think Steve Hughes is a fantastic coach, one of the best in the league. But it's a very, very, it's an up and coming young Bull side. I think we just got a little bit worried about the guys they lost, and I think the depth might be a bit of a talking point this year. But you know, they've got to be pretty happy with that sort of performance.
I think you'd be really happy to be that competitive against a rival side who I think we're at full strength pretty much. When you bring in those 3 VFL players and you're not going to have them on a consistent basis throughout the season, I think Steve Hughes would be over the moon how competitive they were. But they have had some close games in years gone by, have Roval and Noble Park. I don't think they played a close game last year. I know round 1, I think Roval won convincingly at Seabeck, but to still be able to be pretty competitive is a fair effort, Rush.
Yeah, look, and I did speak to Ray Baird this morning about that game, and he said, look, the conditions down there yesterday were atrocious. He said there was a lot of rain, and a couple of key takeaways from what he thought was the fact that Noble Park definitely had a plan for Josh Clark and tried to execute it, as well as the 2 other VFL listed players, Barlow and that came into it. So there was a definite plan there by Steve Hughes. He did say that he still, he said, look, that Noble Park kept them very honest. And he said that, look, he still, even though Roval have won their opening 2 games, he said they're nowhere near their best, and he said there's a few little bad habits that they've got to get out of their gameplay. But he said, look, 2 rounds in, you'll take 2 wins, and that's all you're doing. You're taking the wins even when you're not playing well. That's still a sign of a good side.
And you'd rather be playing your best footy later in the season.
You don't want to be playing
now.
your best in round 2.
No, that's right. And
not for them anyway.
And I think the conditions actually out that way were probably worse than where we were yesterday, because Berwick, I saw some of the footage and up on their socials, it looked terrible, the rain there, and we'll get into that result because South Belgrave found it very hard to hit the scoreboard. They lost to Berwick by 37 points at Edwin Flack Reserve. Berwick 7-11-53 to South Belgrave 2-4-16. Great win for the Wickers to start the season, and Neil and Thomas Nelson coming into the side obviously as well for Berwick. Both kicked 2 goals each. For South Belgrave, obviously just the 2 goal kickers in Smith and Tucker. Tough conditions out there, but we talked a lot about Berwick. This is a year that they can start to make some progress, Brash. And that's a perfect way to start that. It was comprehensive and in difficult conditions. It's a hard ground to score at in the first place. So to be able to, put up 53, that's probably what they were averaging there last year. You probably know they would do better than I do, but...
Well, I did have my early season ratings for this game, and I had Berwick at 50, and I had South Belgrave at 48. So, which was not surprising, because, as you said, Ryan, they only average around 50, 55 points at Edwin Flack. It's the lowest scoring ground And as I said in our preview throughout the season, there isn't going to be too many sides go down there and kick over 100 points in a game this year. And if they win...
Very rare, isn't it?
Yeah, and if they can win 6 or 7 out of their 9 home games, they're staying up.
Well, that's a positive start. To convincingly defeat a South Belgrave side, who I thought were good for 3 quarters last week. Okay, it hurt that they probably didn't have Taylor Garner for their forward line structure, and probably meant they were a bit more reliant on your Tim Smiths, your Clay Tuckers, potentially a Damien Garner and a Matty Evans. And on a big ground like Edwin Flag, yes, they're given a bit more leeway, but equally it's hard to get out. It's hard to create opportunities for them.
Does the score worry you, or 2 goals for?
No,
not
not with
really.
the conditions. I think from what we saw the week prior, they were probably a little bit more competitive and they had a better side in. I think it's hard to judge too much of what we saw yesterday, considering the conditions, particularly out at Edwin Flack Reserve. And it's great to be joined by Neil Winton, the senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club now. Neil, great to have you on board. Sunday footy, back at Walker Park. I'm sure everyone's been pretty excited just to get back out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pre-season bloody drags on when you start in November and you don't play a game of footy to April. So yeah, it's very exciting. It's not the world's greatest day. It's like the middle of winter out there, windy and cold. But no, it's very exciting to have almost a standalone game. Jammer down at Donny East has tried to steal some of our thunder, but no, it's good to have a Sunday game and we're looking forward to it.
Absolutely, and obviously with the side last year competing in Premier Division and having a look at some of those results, and we were there at one of these games against Vermont, very competitive against a lot of these sides, and I think you had maybe 8 or 9 games where you lost by 1 or 2 goals, and obviously it came back to bite you in the end. But what did the group learn from coming in Premier Division and now re-entering a division where you were last in, where you won the premiership 2 years in a row?
Yeah, it was really frustrating, mate, just to be able to get so close so many times. It was pretty demoralising that we couldn't get across the line more than once throughout the season. But you know, as I said to the guys, you know, after the last game of the year and before we started pre-season, you can look at it as if, you know, it was a disappointing year, which it was, but we took a lot of learnings from that, so I think it was positive in a sense. So, you know, we learned that we need to defend a lot better, so we've sort of adjusted that a little bit more. Our ball movement needs to get better, so we still need to operate as if we're playing in Premier Division, because, yeah, there's still some bloody good sides out here that are more than capable of playing senior level football. So we're still got that mentality that we need to operate as a senior team, as a Premier team, and you know we've adjusted a few things to do that.
Neil, pleasure to speak with you once again. Picked up some very handy players. I want to highlight Cam Alden and Mitch Johnson, both with State League experience. How big is that for some of the younger players coming through to have that experience come to the club this year?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's been something in my time. We haven't had anyone with that level of VFL experience. We've had, you know, Josh May's played some VFL footy, Jake Brenny had played some as well, but, you know, those two, Cam's played nearly 40 to 50 games at Richmond and Mitch has played, I don't know what it was in the end at Southport, and kicked a lot of goals. So to be able to have guys that have played at a higher level of footy is huge for the group. Obviously not only for their talent out on the field, but also, you know, their training and stuff off field as well, that they just lift the expectations and the calibre of the group as well. So, you know, Mitch has also come on as a playing assistant as well. So
that's great.
He's wealth of knowledge inside forward 50 is going to be huge for our group, and I'm looking forward to seeing him out there. And
Josh May coming back full-time as well, alongside Guy Lachlan after a season out west. How great is that to have those two players back at the club?
Oh, huge, mate. Like Josh is nearly a 200 centimetre key defender, which we were crying out for at times last year. He's had some troubles with his body over the last couple of years, and we're sort of managing him through that at the moment. But yeah, he just sort of stiffens us up down back. And Guy Lachlan's just a real X factor for us. He doesn't really know what he's going to do, so it's bloody hard for the opposition to know what he's going to do. So he can explode out of a contest. He can kick some goals from the boundary line, and he's just one of those guys that at a footy club you just love having around, because he's a bit of a larrikin and he just sort of lifts the vibe and the mood of the place as well. So it's not only what Guy brings to us on field, it's also the off field stuff as well that's important.
Neil, you know, take last year away from in isolation. The previous 3 to 4 years, Mitcham were right in the mix in most seasons in Premier Division.
Yeah.
Like you said before, you want to bring down the defensive aspect of Premier Division into Division 1,
Yep.
do you think that the defensive structures in Division 1 have gone up a notch since in the 2 years that you weren't in there?
Oh, absolutely, mate. If we think we can come back into this division and just roll around like we did in 2023 and 2024, that'd be pretty naive, I think. There's a lot of really good winning coaches in this division now. Brett Johnson's got AFL experience, so there's no doubt that they will probably defend a little bit different to the way they did under Gary Ayres. But absolutely, that was the one thing I noticed when we went up into Premier is sides were a lot more structured better defensively. So we have to lift ourselves up to that level, but also I'm assuming that it'll be the same case in Div 1 as well.
So obviously last year, did you have to tweak the game plan because you went up to Premier Division, knowing from what you've watched and the people that you spoke to, how much it does go up a notch?
Yeah.
Does that mean now that when you come back down, do you try and adopt a slightly different alternative game style that you may have not been used to try and throw this year's opposition off the beaten path a bit?
Yeah, a little bit. We still do move the ball similarly to we have in the past couple of years, but with some slight tweaks. So we've spoken about that, what we need to do in certain situations in games, and we're not an overly tall team, so we just can't afford to just bomb the ball down the line. So yeah, the one thing, apart from the defensive structure side of stuff in Premier, was you just get absolutely crucified on turnovers in Premier. So that's something you need to try and obviously, even the Div 1 level, you need to try and cut that out of your game as much as possible. Yeah, so we have made some slight tweaks. They might not be huge and you might not really notice them, but they will be there.
Some of your VFL players not available today, but one player, Rod Ali, into the side. I think played maybe the 2 games with you guys last year and had a really, really strong impact. Going to be a really good footballer in the future. How big is he and what sort of role is he going to play today?
Yeah, absolutely. He was touted as being a mid-season draft chance last year, and obviously that didn't quite happen. And he's on Collingwood's VFL list at the moment. Played the 2 games for us last year, one against Baldwin where he would have had 7 or 8 intercept marks. He was outstanding that day. So yeah, he'll play down back for us. He's just a really good athlete. Like you'll see today, his vertical is ridiculously good. He's just reads the play really well. So yeah, he'll be an important part of the way we want to defend and also the way we want to attack off half-back.
Absolutely. We know you've got a big afternoon ahead, so we'll let you go, but fantastic to be back out here at Walker Park. All the best today, and we're looking forward to seeing how the Tigers go.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Neil Mitchell, the senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club, and has done a fantastic job at the Tigers and has led them to 3 flags in recent times. And I think right now, having a look at the top 3 or 4 sides this season, they are a massive chance to be there at the pointy end of the year.
I think the key takeaway there is he said we're not a big side, so you can expect Mitcham this year to be trying to run the lines a lot more and keep the ball lower and try and not pinpoint, but try and kick the ball, Josh, more to position in their forward line, which is going to set their small forwards an easier task.
Almost similar to Boronia, who we know love to run the lines, use the handball game as much as possible. So certainly going to be interesting to see how both sides counteract one another. And I mean, he says there's ex-AFL coaches in the ranks as well once again, but he's equally as impressive, if not one of the best coaches in Division 1 competition. He's masterstroked some brilliant games. Like I remember a game that I wasn't a part of 2 years ago when Mitcham, I think it was against Montrose, and Mitcham had a lot of players missing and they still managed to find a way to get the job done. That's how good a coach he is. So
I got called out after that game by Jesse Wren.
Well, talking about Jesse Wren, it'll be interesting to see what he learnt as a captain last year, right? And what was his learnings from last year as a skipper in Premier Division that's going to make him a better captain in Division 1 this season? Not that he's not a good captain.
No, great captain. I think probably the hardest thing for him, straight away at the start of the season, they lose Jesse Cherry to an ACL, and that's a very key midfielder that went out of the side before round 1, and obviously a lot of attention on him. Where you look at maybe some of the other Premier Division clubs, like in East Ringwood, for example, you've got Toby and you've got James Below, but then you've also got the Waitmans and all these guys are really, really talented, and Downey and all these guys from VFL level.
You're right, and I think the other thing that probably won't happen for Jesse this year is he may not get the attention that the opposition that were putting into him last year, because they did all the opposition sides, those other 9 sides, did their homework on him, because they pinpointed him as the guy, right, that they went for the jugular at the other sides, and they made sure that he had no influence. And when he doesn't influence a contest, Mitcham really struggles.
We're going to talk about their opponent in Boronia in just a moment when Matt Clark comes up and joins us. But we'll go through these Division 1 games as well. Out at Home Park yesterday, the Saints got off to a good start, 10-7-67, defeating the Eagles 4-8-32. Michael Loco listed as their best player on the ground. Rice kicked 3 goals to them. Chappell and Livingston kicked 2 each. As for Beaconsfield, different looking Eagles side this year, all the single goal kickers. So it'll be fascinating to see what sort of side they're going to put out this season, and it might take a bit of time with new coach as well to really ease into the season. But Saints can't fold them off yesterday. It's a good start. They pick off where they finished the season last year, Josh.
I'm guessing conditions wouldn't have been the friendliest out at Home Park Reserve as well. So,
but that ground's still in pretty good nick, though. It holds up.
I was going to say, and it helps that I don't think they play cricket there as well. So we'll obviously wait and see. What the footage looks like this week. But you'd have to be pretty happy with North Ringwood. Haven't made too many changes, which is a big positive brush, I reckon.
No, and I actually reckon that was I'm calling that an 8-point game early on. Because I still think it's going to be hard for sides to go down there and win, right? And I think that's a massive win for North Ringwood first up.
Good start to the season. They've got a big test next week against Park Orchards out at Columbia Reserve.
Division 1's a magnificent round next weekend.
Oh, very, very good. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that during the week. Mooroolbark Wantirna South got a little bit more interesting on Friday when we saw the team list and saw the amount of VFL players that were listed for Mooroolbark. And Josh, you said it was quite easily their strongest list on paper that they'll have this season. They went down, though, to the Devils. So Wantirna South 9-10-64, defeating Mooroolbark 5-9-39 is a better win than probably what it might look like from the outset. Dylan Moore listed as their best player. Liam Hewitt kicked 3, Moore kicked 2. Noonan listed best for the Mustangs. No surprise there. Ethan Wright, their only multiple goal scorer, 2. So, Rash, good win for the Devils, because going into that game, Mooroolbark would have given themselves a big chance at home, tough conditions, with a lot of quality players back in, which they might not see throughout the season.
No, when I listened to the Friday podcast and I heard the team was alluding to the fact that this was going to be Mooroolbark's strongest side on paper, I'm thinking, yep, at home, right, this is going to be their big opportunity, but they've fluffed their lines here, Mooroolbark, but take nothing away from Wantirna South. Look, the last year's premiers, and they wanted to send a statement to this division very early to say we're not here to make up the numbers, and I think they've got a really nice balance with their side. Getting Lincoln Wong back in that side, it's a massive game for them. I mean, because he plays that ruck rover role perfectly, and he's pretty fearless. And look, they've got a very well-rounded side now. I think Justin Heffernan's, I'm expecting them to finish in the top half of the table this year.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how they perform against some of the top sides in this division, which I'll get a few of those tests in the upcoming weeks. Montrose 16-11-107 defeated Bayswater 10-9-69 out at Montrose Recreation Reserve, so 38-point win for the D's. Taj Heap listed as their best player. He kicked 4 goals in the end, Heap, so great game for him. Luke Jenkins kicked 3. Rolly Collier-Dawkins in his first game for the D's kicked 2. As for Bayswater, Jack Troke listed as their best player. Trent Bianco was one of those key players that they got into the side. Tom Spencer kicked 3 for them, and Christian Poe kicked 2. Not a bad performance from Bayswater when you look at it, Brash, because I think when we probably analyse the sides going into the season, not a whole lot of praise for Bayswater, a bit of concerns for them. So I think a competitive performance. There was a couple of goals in it at half time. I don't think anyone was expecting them to win. And then as to the D's, just the 4 points which they need, and they walk away with that.
It was one quarter of football. It was that premiership quarter, the third quarter, that Montrose put the game to bed. But when you look at the other scores throughout the other, Bayswater were competitive and probably unlucky not to win a couple of quarters out of that 4, Ryan.
Yeah.
So I actually think, whilst it was an expected win for Montrose, I think Bayswater probably might be the winners in terms of their development, because I think they got something more out of this game than what I think they were hoping for.
Well, they would have benefited from the inclusion of Trent Bianco. He's going to play most of the season at the VFL level as at Box Hill Hawks. So to get him in for this game, obviously Nori Tyler Brown, who's listed with Bayswater, I think that would have lifted some of the playing group. I'm still pretty optimistic about Bayswater after this performance, but I think they're a bit of a wait and see in the next couple of weeks, particularly when they don't have Bianco available. But I still think this is a positive performance against the Montrose side. A lot of us have rated pretty highly. So.
Similar result with Mullen Reserve, with Norwood taking on an elite side, a side that's been in 2 grand finals in Park Orchards. The Sharks won that game 13-14, 92 to 7-7, 49. Again, I think the 2 key issues with probably Norwood and Bayswater is depth. So I think it'll be interesting to see how that obviously plays out during the season. But I don't know if they're going to. I don't know if they're always going to be able to probably put together a strong side on the park, particularly when injuries come in, and other sides, face those issues. They seem to have the players and the depth to fill those spots.
I think Brett Moyle will be much better than will be a lot happier, Josh, than last year.
Yeah.
That's a really and much like Bayswater. At least the margin wasn't a complete blowout like it would have been last season. I think Norwood will have benefit, and they've probably improved by, even on that performance, by a couple of goals.
Yeah, I think they absolutely have, and potentially one to watch this season, Ryan, as we've got another guest joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the Boronia senior coach in Matt Clark coming into the box for the first time this afternoon. Clarkie, great to have you back, and great to see the Hawks out there for the first time in 2026.
Absolutely. We had to wait that one extra day, but we're keen as it's been exciting. It's a long time pre-season.
It is.
And even I've done a lot of them now, but they don't get any shorter, that's for sure.
What's the vibe been this pre-season? Obviously had a pretty strong group of recruits come through the club, and the depth is really strong. You can see a few players in that reserve side right now playing who have been in premierships with the club. Must be a pretty good spot to be in with the amount of depth and talent that you've got at the moment at the Hawks.
Yeah, it was a really strategic play by us over the last couple of years, and I'll go back probably 5 years when we didn't have 19s. It really didn't hurt us the first, second or third year, but after that, we found even last year, our selection was really compromised. Take away that we went on their grand and a few other things. It was more the age demographic of our team got old, and they were good enough, reliable players to play development football or reserves football. We just didn't have that next iteration of young kids coming through. So we went and got a lot of 22, 21, 19, 20-year-olds who have been at other clubs. Obviously, we've got some top-end talent as well, which ultimately puts internal pressure, and that's what we didn't have last year. I thought back end of the year, we were battling with injuries and we were battling with selection queries too. And I think if you ever want to be a good side, and I draw it back probably a couple of years before that, we had 35 players who could play senior football on any given day, at least a role. So we've been really strategic about how we recruited, with an eye in mind that we want to be the best side we can. So, yeah.
Matt, just harping back on that little point about there were a lot of things working against you last year, not playing on your ground. You had a lot of your key players out for the majority of the season. Like you said, you came into the finals pretty banged up. When you look at, you're now back at Tormore, there's familiarity again. Players are back training where they feel comfortable or at home. Do you reckon you could put is there a figure? Is it 2 goals or 3 goals in terms of mind?
Yeah.
Where that's going to be the difference this year between winning and losing?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's because we lost a couple by that margin. But for me, I think it's just that connection that you get. Like socially, you work hard when you're not at your ground to stay connected. And inevitably, I think we had less functions than we've ever had last year, and a few other things because it's hard work on all the volunteers and everything else that goes on. And they've set up at 7 in the morning. They don't want to pack up at 10 o'clock at night because we want to have a couple of beers. And so yeah, it just became a challenge. But that said, I think. The guys are coming excited because what we do, we train at Tormore. We're going to play next week at Tormore. They see the development taking real shape now, and they know that we're playing 2 of the first 9 games at home, but we know that we've got 7 of the last 9 games at home, and we're buoyed by that. So I think as far as goals, I can't put a goal figure on it, but what I do think in the mentality of the group now is they're buoyed and they're excited. So hopefully we can harness that into wins.
With Malice and Brasher, which combined for basically 75, 80 possessions a game last year, what steps have you taken to replace them? And is Jake Arundel one piece of the puzzle in helping you recover some of those possessions?
Absolutely is. What we learnt with Brash, obviously carrying his shoulder for a while and getting it operated pretty quick, which is going to get him back out there, is that we had a heavy dependence on Mitch and Brash to rack up their 50, 60 a game. And so Jake Arundel's going to be a big part of it, absolutely. I think Mitch is a bit of a curveball for us, and a week by week at the moment we don't know really what's going on. He's not an over-communicator, but what we do is we wish him the best and hopefully he goes as far as he can. But we're sort of spreading the load. I think Beggs will run a bit through the middle now.
Church?
Yeah, Church. Well, Church is a midfielder for us now. He was a half-backer last year. He's going to move in. We need that defensive. Damon Fairchild and that will get more opportunities. So we think we've got available talent. It's up for them to do the work.
And obviously, Josh, obviously with Begley coming back into the side, that gives you that spearhead and that hardness and leadership that was missing for a lot of the season last year.
Yeah, he's just someone who attracts 2 or 3 people, and we didn't have that last year when he was out. And we I don't know, we lost confidence of how we delivered the ball in. We were pretty sloppy, and we just went into a bombing side that really didn't have the targets to kick to. So Blair Hudson, a couple of others that we brought in are going to be equally. Like, I've been super impressed with Blair that we've got to have 3 or 4 really good marking options up forward that's going to challenge the backs to beat defenders.
I was going to ask about Blair Hudson, obviously coming across, leading goal kicker with Heathmont, but predominantly played defence with Norwood. Is that handy to have that utility, being able to swing up forward or down back whenever you want to?
Absolutely. I think I always want him to have 2 positions. I say that, but he's probably got 3. What I've noticed about Blair is he's a lot harder than what I thought he would be. He goes and attacks the footy with a fair bit of ferocity. His leadership's the best thing about him, right? Because he talks like... We do a couple of full ground match sim drills, and I stand behind the goal sometimes just watching and how they communicate. He's probably our best forward communicator. Like, he's really telling guys to move left, come back, move up. And so I think his value is going to be not only how many times he touches it and what he does, but it's more how he helps us be a better team too.
And the young talent coming through, like Jordan Church is still pretty young, but you also got guys like Darcy Jamison and Charlie Lavender, both part of the 19s program, playing today. How exciting is that for you to have them in the lineup and know they've still got a long way to grow in terms of their senior footy?
Absolutely. I think we played 6 under-19s in both practice matches. So Johnny Wade, Miles Rayners, looks like we'll probably get Chappie back from Eastern and Woody as well. So I'm always, play the kids. If it's 50-50 with an older guy and a kid, play the kid, because the future, that's my job as a coach too, to build sustainability at the club that long be after my time. So I'm excited. They're smaller frame at the moment, those 2 you talk about, but they're very quick, and as long as they use their assets in the right way and don't get caught up in a body contest all the time, I think it'll be handy. But so that's the thing when I was talking about not having 19s for 5 years. Even when we won the flag in 2018, we played 3 under-19s that day. Yeah. So, and Churchy could have played 19s last year, so I think everyone sort of looks at him and goes, he's a really good player, but he's 19 years old, so he's still young. It's exciting.
Finally from me, Matt, during the pre-season, we've spoken to quite a few coaches, especially in the higher grades, where a lot of them have... They've employed the expertise for strength and conditioning because of the fact over the last 2 seasons in the top 2 grades, there seems to be a lot more soft tissue injuries. As the game at these 2 levels, I've noticed it. Has it got quicker, and is it really more prevalent now that the club club itself needs to put a bit more time in having a person like that so that you can keep your side on the park as fresh as possible every week?
Absolutely. I think for us, we've got Dale Hudson, who's been like my fitness coordinator for a hell of a long time, and he's more around the cardio aerobic fitness. But we're lucky, like they've got a good group of friends at this footy club who all work together. And we've got Niraj, or Nudge as they call him, he's doing some osteo work with them. We've got a few connected people. Even use an opposition player. Wongi's down there at the moment, but I know guys see him. So they do all the dry needling. Their recovery rehab's like, it's a world apart from what it was 3 years ago, let alone 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They take it very seriously. It's not anything that they have to, because the game's brutal. Like, I was talking to someone yesterday, I went and watched an opposition play, and they were just talking. I said, like, this game has got more collisions. Everyone says, oh, it's not as tough. You know, you go out there, you get hit as many times as they do. It's brutal, right? So
we noticed that in when we did the Premier Division game.
Yeah.
They were going at it.
Big bodies hitting at high speed. It's a collision sport, you know, and so we do every part of the rehab really good, and the guys have got to drive a lot of that too. So if they're not telling me they've got niggles or injuries, and we can manage that, that's when it becomes a problem. So you've got to embrace that maybe they might miss a session or miss a game, but the long-term benefit will be there.
Yep.
Just before we let you go, one player that isn't playing today but has been impressive, Mason Storr, coming across from Scoresby. Unfortunately out injured, but had a really good practice game a couple of weeks ago. He looks like he's going to actually fit into this Division 1 side quite comfortably, which we didn't know was coming from a lower grade, but looks really set to play.
Yeah, I'll go back to 2018. I played him in 2019 in the seniors for 4 or 5 games. He done his hammy, and then he went away and played some country footy and Scoresby, obviously. But he's 2 practice matches and intra-clubs.
Yeah,
he's at that level. Don't worry about that. He's someone that I would say already is going to be critically important to us as we go through. So hopefully he gets over the finger injury pretty quick. It was a sort of a Thursday night game against Eastmont, but his ability to mark, and the good thing is, right, he's a 40 kick straight.
Yeah.
So I think he's kicked 6-1 or 7-1 in the practice matches. So, I love the way he goes about it. He tackles hard, he flies for everything. And what impressed me most, even in Vermont, the first half when it was really flying around, he was able to hit the scoreboard from 40, 50 out. So he's a good kid. He can play, and I've got no fear that he won't be a really important player at this division for sure.
Well, looking forward to seeing him in a few weeks' time, and great to see you and the boys are playing today. You've already had one win yesterday. The Bombers got up.
Hey, Bombers.
And, hopefully for your sake, the Hawks get up today, and you can celebrate with another win.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Good luck with the call.
Thanks,
Clarky.
Clarky.
Thanks,
Matt
Clarky.
Clark, the senior coach of the Boronia Football Club, is set for a big year, the Hawks, and I think with today's game between both sides, both, I think, will be right there at the pointy end as premiership.
I think it's going to be a
contenders.
very high quality, high intensive running game from both sides.
I think so.
I think today.
I think, and when you compare both lists, they're both very, very good lists, but as we've spoken to both coaches, there's players that come into this side as well, and I think that's, when you look at the top end of this division, the depth has been so important for you know, Mitcham's, Boronia's. I think Park Orchards have shown that. They've won reserves flags.
When he said, we had to wait an extra day, and they were itching to play. Well, last year they had the bye in round 1 and had to wait an extra week. He actually alluded to when we interviewed him last year, he didn't think that actually helped them early on in the season, starting that week behind.
We'll get to those sides who did have the bye, the Basin in Division 3 and Warrandyte in Division 4, and how that might impact maybe potentially a bit of a slow start. We thought as well, we did talk about, obviously, South Belgrave and Roval playing last week. Did they come in with a bit of advantage? It didn't seem to play out that way, but it can, and obviously there's weather conditions. There's a whole lots of things to discuss. But the Hawks side on paper, very, very strong. We looked at some of those players. We'll talk about this game a little bit later.
Yep.
Just to go through those results in Division 1, I think we went through all of them. That Norwood Park Orchards, as we just spoke about, 13-14-92 Park Orchards, 7-7-49 Norwood. Park Orchards play North Ringwood next week. For Norwood, the signs are there. Look, very tough when you look. They've got to come here next week to play the Tigers. Then they've got Boronia at home, Montrose, North Ringwood. Very tough way to start the season. Then you look at the Mooroolbark, Beaconsfield, Bayswater in 3 weeks in a row. They'll win one of those games. Potentially they cause an upset elsewhere. But I don't think we're going to be sitting here at round 18 and looking at Norwood as a side who hasn't won.
No,
No, they're going to win.
I don't think so.
I think in all honesty, I reckon they'll improve enough for me to win 4 games.
Me too. I think they can defeat Bayswater and Moorbark.
Especially at home.
Maybe not Beaconsfield, but away from home, which I'm pretty sure that round 8 fixture against the Eagles is away.
Yeah, I don't think they'll beat Beaky away, but they'll beat them at home.
Yeah, I think so. They've got some good players coming in, 2 ex-AFL players and a talented ruckman in Jack Mackay, so a lot to like about the Norsemen in season 2026, Ryan.
Absolutely. We're going to go to our first break here on the EFNL Facebook and YouTube for the Eastland Match of the Round. When we're back, we're going to touch on Division 2, 3 and 4, the results all from Saturday, and then preview the big game today between the Tigers and the Hawks.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park.
Welcome back.
Mitcham v
Mr. Cotter.
Boronia.
Off to a great start here.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Josh. As the Division 1 match of the round for Sunday, not on Radio Eastern today, but we've heard from both coaches. Great to hear from both Matt Clark and Neil Winterton ahead of the game. We're going through those results from yesterday. Of course, no podcast brash this week. I know I'll get asked where's the podcast for the Sunday, but because it is a Sunday game for us here.
But it'll be back to normal next week, peeps.
Yes, yeah, we're back next week for that. Division 2 results yesterday. Heathmont versus Templestowe. The Dockers 12-12-84 to Heathmont 7-2-44. That game out at HE Park Reserve. Big start for the Dockers. Matt Mariani kicked 5 goals for the Dockers. Josh Warren kicked 3. Bo Minchin the best, no surprise there. Very comprehensive victory over the Jets. So a bit of a new-looking Jet side this year. And then Surrey Park as well defeated Waverley Blues 17-10, 112 to 9-10, 64. later listed as their best player. Williams also listed as skipper this year for Surrey Park. Saw that announced. He kicked 3 goals, their their leading goal scorer on the day. Jay O'Connell kicked 3 for the Waverley Blues. Luke Daniel listed as their best. So just going to lump these 2 games together because the whole talk in the pre-season has been Surrey Park, Templestowe. Is there a gap between them? They both start off with good wins to start the season. So from that, no surprises?
Yeah, no real surprises, to be honest. Speaking with a couple of people at the Surrey Park game, I think they were impressed with how quickly the Waverley Blues started, but then the Panthers just got on top in the final couple of quarters. So, and Dill Williams, I don't think he was listed in the best, and I don't think he thought he had his best game, but Ben Woodfull was dominant in ruck alongside, I think it was Blake Lightler, who also made his debut for Surrey Park. But people were also impressed by Cole Vickers, who I don't think, again, wasn't named in the best, but was still had a pretty decent game. So I think overall they would have been pretty happy to have gotten the job done, the Panthers, and so will Templestowe as well against, a pretty young Heathmont lineup, it must be said. I think a lot of under-19s and I think someone from an under-17 side making their senior debut yesterday, Brash.
Yeah, well, I think, look, as Ryan said, I was impressed once again with Surrey Park. But at least Waverley Blues, look, they kept them honest for a while.
Yeah.
And I think it's credit to the Surrey Park side. When you're challenged early and then you're able to withstand that and then play your game and get on top and stay on top, I think that I think that spells really good signs for mentally for Surrey Park. As for Heathmont, I don't know. I'm a bit 50-50 on that with them. On that performance,
I don't think they'll make finals because they again got a lot of young players in the side. No, Jamie Bennell probably doesn't help, but I think Templestowe.
But they do have enough experience in that side.
Yeah, with Jackson Green and James Appleby now taking on the captaincy of Heathmont as well. Appleby, there is enough experience there, but they come up against clearly determined Templestowe outfits. So. There are some worrying signs there, I must admit, and it'll be interesting to see some of the Premier data stats. The one thing that caught me off guard about the Templestowe game, Matt Mariani kicking 5 goals, perhaps a change in role this season, although I'd be surprised if that was the case, given how good of a midfielder he is.
They've always had
they've got a stacked midfield, don't they? So
yeah,
they've got
got depth, and I mean, he may not even be getting the best opposition player anymore.
Yeah, probably.
And that's the thing, because you look at them and the 2 keys for them are Fogarty and Mitcham in the ruck.
Yeah.
So you're going to put your 2 best players against them.
100%.
So you got a player like Mariani, right, that gets maybe the 3rd best centre player or 3rd best on baller. You'll cut you to ribbons.
Yeah, absolutely. And watching back that grand final last year, Mariani or Fogarty and Mitcham nearly got Templestowe over the line. It's the best 1-2 duo in Division 2.
The only thing that I can say about Templestowe is, for me, whatever happens till round 18 counts for nothing for me, because I think for them, mentally, things have to happen. Things have to happen for them in the finals. That's their only chink in the armour. They've got to try and translate that good season form, but and take it through that final series. Regardless, they've got 2 or 3 games. They nearly did it last year, but sometimes things aren't meant to be.
Yeah, that's right. Let's have a look at those other games in Division 2. Twilight game out at Croydon Oval. The Blues 6-9-45 to Lilydale 4-4-28. Good win there for Croydon because they've had a lot of change this season, and all single goal kickers for them. Jason Pryor listed as their best player on the ground. Jake Clements listed best on for Lilydale. And looking at it, was a hard one to know. I think probably we haven't been very high on either side going into this season. We thought it was going to be a low-scoring game, and it is what it was. And I think even, and Brash, you've talked about that with night conditions and twilight games. I think with the weather yesterday anyway, and you could play that at 220, I don't think there's going to be that much of a difference.
No,
because I think they're not high-scoring sides.
No, because when when that game started yesterday, that was when the rain started coming through that eastern belt there, that Croydon area. So I'm actually not surprised. The ground would have been pretty heavy at Croydon, I reckon. And I reckon the way that game looks like it was just one big dour struggle, and it was just going to come down to moments of the contest and who played them better. And I think at the end of the day, Croydon got the job done and got the 4 points.
And I'd back Lilydale in this game purely because they won this fixture this time last year and they looked a bit better on paper. So credit to Croydon for getting over the line.
Yeah, good start to the season for the Blues. East Burwood, good start for them, spoiling Scoresby's premiership unfurling with a 19-point win over the Magpies, 9-9-63 to 6-8-44. Didn't know what to expect out of East Burwood this season. Max Wills played forward and kicked 5 goals for them, so was certainly probably the difference in the end in a low-scoring game out there at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Dale Hare, Lee Malone playing for Scoresby for the first time. They both kicked 2 goals each, but East Burwood win that one, which is a little bit of a low-scoring scrap out there. Conditions still obviously bad across the league, but good start for the Rams because they had a lot of honourable losses, and it was about this year playing the full 4 quarters and turning some of them into victories. So start with one.
Am I right in saying that Min's not playing with them this year?
No, he's at Oakley.
Yeah. So look, and that's gonna hurt them because he's a player that kicks goals. When you said Wills kicked 5 goals before, he was a backman for a little while. He actually played forward as a junior, and he was a very good forward. So that's a good return for him. Look, actually for mine, that was probably the surprise result for me out of Div 2 yesterday, because I thought I was prepared to give. I thought Scoresby, because of their momentum, I thought that they might have been able to carry that, but knowing that they may be a little bit underdone in terms of personnel.
Well, different side, isn't it, Josh?
It is.
A little bit.
And I had, again, good things about East Burwood in the off-season.
Yep.
I don't expect them, again, to play finals, but to get the job done is quite good.
Ringwood versus Mulgrave, the line 6-13-49, defeated Ringwood 6-5-41 by 8 points.
I'm going to let you talk about this game.
Connor Tilliard listed best on for the Lions. Heckley listed best on for the Redbacks. Why he's going like this, Brash, I don't know if you listened to the podcast on Friday.
I did.
We brought in the EFNL Survivor tipping competition, and this is a how this works. If you haven't played this before. And I've done it with the NFL and
shows you how much idea I've got of it.
You pick a lock every week, and you can't repeat the same side. And if this side lose, the side you pick, you're out of the competition.
That's who I picked.
You picked Mulgrave. Well, I can guarantee you won.
I picked Ringwood.
And he's out Ringwood.
Yeah.
What an airhead decision that was. It's a 50-50 game. And no disrespect to Ringwood, because I think the tip is okay. I tip Mulgrave, but I think Ringwood, Ringwood's I've got no problem with that. But you pick him as your lock.
On paper,
what a disrespect to the Lions, Josh.
On paper, there's a bit of unknown about this Mulgrave lineup, I must admit. And I thought,
but why risk it for your lock?
Well,
I honestly don't care about this game.
I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't have to make a selection because it wouldn't have been either one of these two.
Well, you can take my place, Brash.
Well, because you know I struggle with Mulgrave. You know that they do my head in.
And that's exactly why I didn't tip Mulgrave. And again, conditions would have suited Ringwood.
But believe it or not, Mulgrave have got a really good record at Jubilee Park against Ringwood.
Yeah, they did beat them there last year.
That's true. I mean, it's actually no surprise. I think it's a bit of one of those relationships where Ringwood go to Mulgrave and beat them down there, and vice versa. So it's one of them. It's one of those games.
I'm not making fun of you because I like the tip. The tip. I was almost going to tip Ringwood. You just didn't. You didn't respect my game that I was coming up with. That you're.
But I mean,
not taking it seriously.
That looked like it was a bit of a dour affair too on the.
Oh my God.
49 to 41. It looks like a real defensive game between the two sides.
And that suits Ringwood's game of style as well.
Yeah.
They're a very strong.
Again, I don't mind the tip. Just
no. Next time I'm not going to. When I moved to the north, I became more foolish. But I just.
Why don't you just tip Heidelberg? Then you won't. You
I would have tipped them yesterday, but look. In all honesty, I think credit to Mulgrave, and again, I look at the Mulgrave side, and for those 50-50 games, I judge sides on paper. And Ringwood had a bit more experience, and I thought their inclusions would also be good. Yeah. But Mulgrave...
No, you don't need to defend your tip. I think the tip's fine. Just for the game, you
I'm always going to defend my tip, but credit to Mulgrave. I think we both rated them pretty highly this season, the Lions.
Yeah, I think we rated both teams. So
I just thought this case Ringwood would win.
All right, let's move on. Div 3, we'll go through some of these results quite quickly. Donvale, big winners over Coldstream. 18-22, 130 to 2 straight, 12 Coldstream. James Fisher kicked 5 goals for the Magpies. Mitch Brower also back in the side, kicked 3. Nick Murphy kicked 3. Josh Jordovic kicked 2. Coldstream only had the 2-goal scorers for them. I don't know. I mean, are we going to go to the same storyline again? Is this going to be Donvale dominant all home and away season, and then the test will be the finals? I don't know, because I think Coldstream, very young, might struggle this year.
I'm actually worried about this division already from what I saw yesterday.
Well, we'll get into that in a moment, but 40 scoring shots to 2. That's a huge difference. The other results, Ferntree Gully Sylvan, credit to the Cats, because hadn't won a game on the road last season, 16-14, 110 to Ferntree Gully 9-5, 59. They put that hoodoo to bed.
Really quickly.
And we don't need that's all I had to do. We don't need to talk about this now, this hoodoo. We talked about a lot until they were going to break it. They broke it. That's it.
So and it's a non-story now.
It's a non-story anymore. It was fun last year while it lasted, but they win that game. They haven't listed their goal kickers just yet, but won comprehensively, Josh, 51 points. So credit to the Cats, because had to do that. And I think that 5th spot is open this year, the top 5. And they do have some big bodies in that lineup, so
they do.
Probably suited for these conditions.
Perhaps I should have put them as my lock. I tipped them with trepidation, though, on Friday, mainly because of that away record, but I think that's a worrying sign for Ferntree Gully. I know they're a young side, but to lose by that big of a margin against the side that didn't win away from home last year, and is probably the 5th or 6th best side in the division, it's very concerning.
It is a little bit, and as you said, Brash, there's a bit of a gap. We'll fly through these other results, because we're just pushing time before the start of the... in fact, that's still the 3rd quarter.
Yeah.
I think it'd have to be the 4th quarter.
Are we going to be starting...
It'd have to be the 4th quarter.
That's what I thought. Whitehorse versus Oakley, the Pioneers 10-10-70 defeated Oakley District 5-9-39. A 31-point win for them. Came from behind too in that half-time. Looked like Oakley had a little bit of control in that game, and a really strong finish. Adam Amin did kick 2 goals there, the Oakley District side in his first game there. Connor Cochran listed as their best player. Sharp kicked 3 goals. Daniel Horvat kicked 4. So Horvat was really important in their premiership side last season. Comes into Division 3, starts really well for them. And a good win for the Pioneers at home. Hard to know what to expect out of them, but I like what we saw yesterday.
Still got some plays, one player at least, Andrew Padbury, to come into the side.
He's back, is he?
Yeah, he's back at Springfield Park. I think he'll immensely benefit this side.
He'll help their forward line. He probably plays centre forward, wouldn't he?
And I think Andrew Handing alluded to the fact he could play defensively as well, but to have him back at the club is pretty big. So a good confidence-boosting victory for the Pioneers and against the Oakley District.
Turn my mic off. Knox versus Upper Ferntree Gully yesterday. The Kings 13-10-88 defeated Knox 5-14-44. A 44-point win to Upper Gully. Brash, we're talking about this off-air, and so I'll throw this to you in a minute, but Taylor Raymond kicked the 4 goals for them. Bateson and Robertson kicked 2 goals each. Bateson listed as their best player on the ground. All single goal kickers for Knox. Couple of outs to the Falcons, and you looked at Upper Gully, and particularly when you bring in these Beaconsfield players who have moved across, and Damien Johnston and Ethan Harris and Raymond, and they were both in the best yesterday. Looked a really, really strong Upper Gully side. They're my pick to win it in the Division 3 this season. I'm really high on what Upper Gully put together last year, and they've only improved their list.
Okay.
Great start for them. 44 points against another, what we think will be a premiership contender at the end of the season.
Yeah, I think the only thing is, look, if Knox have come into this game underdone with injuries, well, so be it. But I mean, on the flip side, I mean, Steve Buckle, he probably won't be happy with the margin.
No Tom Weir, no Harry Greaves,
No.
and no Jordan Love. It's still
Key
concerning.
position players.
And
Yeah.
still concerning the margin, though.
I'm not. I'm probably
I'm
the
not
other
slightly.
view.
I
Slightly.
think once they get their side in, they'll be in the finals mix. And look, like you said about Upper Gully, I probably didn't do as much homework on them during the off season, but knowing the players that you've just mentioned, Ryan, that have come into that side, well, that's. I think that's really going to help them this year. Not only is it going to be experience, but I think it's really going to help with leadership as well.
Yeah.
And I think, if they win all their games at Kings Park and maybe pinch, 4 or 5 out of 9 on the away strip, they could finish anywhere from third to fifth, I reckon.
Yeah. Division 4 yesterday. We won't spend too much time since
No.
we had the Saturday game here yesterday, and we're going to talk about this on EFNL Inside, I'm sure, Josh, because it was a thrilling contest. Fair Park 16-14, 110. Stole it from Churnside Park 15-12, 102. Kicked the last 4 goals of the game to win that one. Bryce Gelvin did kick 6 goals for them in a really impressive performance. I think we gave the best on ground to Cole Hurd yesterday in the ruck.
Easy.
Josh Swift kicked the 4 goals for Churnside Park. Really high quality game. You can catch that out on the YouTube stream if you want to have a look back at that. We broke it down. We'll speak about it a bit later, but we'll go through those other results because we've got a break in a moment. Bulleen Templestowe, big winners, 16-16, 112 to Croydon North Hemlock 5-3-33. I like this win for the Bulleens.
I think it was the manner that they won yesterday.
Yeah.
That is a statement.
And Matt Jessup comes into the side, kicks 6, Brash.
Yep.
Very handy. Jake Sticker kicked 4. You're right, it's the manner that they won. And they had some close results against Croydon North Hemlock last year, 1, 2 of the 3, but that's a thumping round 1.
Yeah, and like I said, we all did say that at the end of last season that they will have benefited from their first year in that division. And look, they've and I actually think that the players, when we were talking to them leaving presentation night, they were more determined than ever to make it, to be really successful this year. And I think they've obviously worked very hard off the field and they've trained very hard to make sure that they're giving themselves the best chance of playing finals in season 26, Ryan.
They're a big chance this year. Josh, great story for Forest Hill. Their first win in a long time. 9-8-62 to 7-9-51 Nuttawading. And Nuttawading actually led at three-quarter time by a goal as well. So 5 goals in the last quarter. Great win for Forest Hill. Mitchell Pearce kicked 4 goals for them. I hope they celebrate hard because they put a lot of work into keeping this side. And great to see Nuttawading competitive in their first game back in the competition. But the story, and Nick Orman kicked 5 goals for the Lions. But the story out of it, Forest Hill, tough year last year. Been a lot of hard work behind the scenes for both clubs. But it's great to see the Zebras getting rewarded with a victory in round 1. They would have really enjoyed that, Josh.
First win since 2024, obviously. I think it last came against Nuttawading as well. So I'm sure they would have 100% celebrated. They deserve to. And obviously their combined reserve side with Surrey Park got the job done as well. So a pretty big day for the Forest Hill football.
It was always going to be a feel-good story for either one of these sides.
It was 100%.
And the thing is, the fact I'm happy for Forest Hill because, like you said, with O'Sullivan being the leading games player, I think that'd be particularly satisfying for the club and for him, the player, that they finally get a win. I think it's justified.
Definitely. We're going to talk a lot more about Division 4 and inside and during the week. So, sorry we're speeding through this a little bit because we've got to go to a break. But the Sharks also played their first game in the comp since returning. And they went down by 10 points against Kilsyth. Kilsyth 12-13-85 to 12-3-75. Justin Van Noonen kicked the 4 goals for them. Luka Vanovic kicked 3. As for Doncaster, Chris Anarkis back in the lineup kicked 4 goals. Ferguson and Taylor Egan kicked 3 goals each. But I think both sides would have got something out of that.
Yeah, well, it's probably the biggest ground in Division 4 that any side's going to play on. And I think Kilsyth, that's an 8-point game for mine because I don't reckon on that form that Doncaster is showing, I don't think there's going to be too many sides that get to go down to Shrams and win this year. So I think Kilsyth have got one in early, and I think it's a really good fill-up for them for the start of the season.
Massive positive. There's quickly touching on this reserves game, 2 points the margin as Dill Dow was sending
his head ripped off.
He sent them inside forward 50. We might have to call this game, Ryan.
Well, how long's left? We're
30 seconds. 30 seconds. So
is that Eastland's Dylan Dower?
It's Eastland's own. But yeah, this is a cracking reserves game. A titanic struggle, but we might have to catch the end of this game. So plenty of support for both sides.
I don't think we've got the camera on it at the moment.
No, Megan's not on the clock yet.
Unfortunately.
Well, we're going to go to a break here for the Eastland match of the round, a Sunday edition. It is Mitcham taking on Boronia in the Sunday game. Just trying to see, the siren's about to go, maybe not. And there it is. So the Tigers get across the line in the reserves. Maybe a thing to come. They won 4-11-35 to 5-3-33 Boronia. We're going to take a last break here, and then we're going to bring the call team in for the big game.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park. In fact, Mitcham versus Boronia, Division 1 Sunday EFNL football. It's great to be back for round 1 for me. We had 4 games yesterday, and I know all the boys in the pre-match chatted about the games that were yesterday, but we're looking forward to this encounter at Walker Park today. Hello from Gavin Casey. We'll be in commentary, and we've got the team preparing themselves, but I've got a chance to reintroduce Wayne Brasher to the team.
Yeah, Gav, good to call with you again this fine Sunday in what's going to be a very, very intriguing contest. First up in Division 1 this season. 2 sides that were at different spectrums last year, and they come together in round 1 to test each other out to see where they stand very early in the pecking order.
So many unknowns. I know Boronia have got familiar faces because this team was young many years back, but have grown together, played in grand finals, been a dominant and competitive side in this division. But Mitcham had their glory day. It was a long time coming in terms of efforts. They finally got up into the Premier Division. It was a success that they were there. They were just unfortunate, couldn't stay up. It's no guarantee that they'll dominate this division, though.
No, and I think Neil Winterton actually alluded to that. He did say that with this playing group this year, he wants to bring back down that Premier Division mentality on the way that on the way that they structure and the way that they defend, especially on the contest. He said that they're not going to be a big side, so you probably can expect them to be very much run and kick side, and probably play on and stretch and try and catch the opposition pushing too far forward and on the fly.
And I think a feature of this match is actually the weather. It's come out of the blue. Summer's definitely ended, at least for this week. Rain came. We've been watching a lot of Gabba around where the scoring been low, and it's sort of carried into Victoria and the suburban areas where a bit of wind, bit of rain during the day has affected scoring at some matches. On a small ground like this, that can be clogged up naturally anyway.
No, but actually, when you look at the Mitcham surface, it's still in very good. It's still in pretty good nick, Gav. I mean, considering the rain that we've had during the week, it's come up pretty well still, and it's already had 2 or 3 games on it. So, as a contest, I don't think the ground will have much to say in the contest. It's probably the fact that maybe the skills might be a bit rusty early for both sides as they feel each other out, but I'm sure that we're going to go.
I believe Josh Ward's he's been buzzing us. He may be wanting to have a word.
And, sorry, Josh. Josh, go for it on the boundary.
I was going to say, I don't know. I think I might move across here a little bit right next to the Davis Harrigan camera. But yeah, conditions are pretty good, I must admit, for the rain, as you mentioned, Brash, that has taken place over the last couple of days and yesterday afternoon as well. There is a bit of a breeze towards, I'd say, the left of your screen or the old scoreboard end out here at Mitcham. But a pretty decent crowd in despite the inclement weather, and I'm sure it'll grow as the game goes by.
Thanks there, Josh. Great to obviously have you back as well. Big day yesterday out at Fair Park Reserve. Gab, thanks for bringing it in. I've got missed calls, bloody hell. Yeah. Also, welcome for the first time, Emily Mackay. Great to have you on the media team this year, and you're very busy with coaching duties, but we got you in on a Sunday. You've got the weekend off, and most recently, according to the AFNL, you were with the AFNL, you were a senior assistant coach at North Ringwood, so you know this division really well. Would have seen Boronia last year and actually beat Boronia in a final last season. I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing how these two sides go today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just to see Mitcham coming down from Premier Division down to Div 1, I had a bit to do with against them 2 years ago as well. Seeing the way that they're going to be moving the ball will be really, really interesting. I know that Boronia likes to play a nice, fast style of football, and they're missing one of their star players at the moment out of the middle, so it'll be interesting to see how they adapt, especially with the really windy and wet conditions as well. Absolutely.
Gav, I'm going to let you take control here because I've got to do an announcement. Start of the season and my phone's buzzing, so very much looking forward to this game, Gav.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one, and just in general, this is probably one of Brash in the last 10 years or so. This has been the most enjoyable division to watch as a neutral because the condensed nature of the ladder. You have last-second goals affecting relegation. You have close finals. Percentage separating teams missing the finals. This is always, every club wants to get to the higher level, so it's fierce. It's actually a great battle for every week.
Well, it is, and especially in the fact that if you want to make to the promised land, which is Premier Division, this is as good a grounding. This is going to be as good a grounding, Emily, that you're going to get because, this division now is every year upon year is getting more and more competitive by the minute.
Yeah, and you see the top four, top five clubs last year. It was a really, really tight battle, and you're looking at the final series. Anyone could have taken that flag, and South Belgrave obviously took the chocolates there. But like I said, it'd be interesting to see how Mitcham adapt back into it to keep that competitive nature up and running.
And I think also too, to you both, I mean, there are a couple of sides, right, that have actually that have improved in recent years, and I'll go with one of them being North Ringwood. Since Matt Price has come to the football club, and he's changed the dynamics of the team and its playing style, and the young players that they've got. I love Begg, the ruckman. He's aerobically one of the most beautiful footballers to watch.
I'm just going to hold you up from speaking any more about the game ahead of us and potentially what might happen, because we've got to be wary that we don't intrude on a minute's silence upcoming. Once you hear Ryan Long, our media manager for the EFNL, through the broadcast, he will have words. Then we'll have a moment in time of silence, and I'll let Ryan talk you through it. But we're very, very wary not to talk over what's about to happen as the teams come together for Guard of Honour. So they're, the Mitcham Football Club and Boronia Football Club are going to be side by side, linking arms. And when you hear Ryan speak, we'll pass over the mantle for him to take us through the next moments. So we're only seconds away before we hear from Ryan.
Okay.
Welcome to the MCG of the East, home of the Mighty Tigers, and today's clash between the Mitcham and Boronia football clubs. Before we begin, we take a moment to reflect. Both of these great clubs are built on the people who have worn the colours, supported from the sidelines, and helped shape the community we're so proud to be a part of. Sadly, since both teams last played, we've lost valued members from both clubs. As a mark of respect, both teams will wear black armbands today, and at this time we ask that if you can, please stand as we pause for a minute's silence in honour of those who are no longer with us, but whose contribution, spirit and legacy will always remain a part of both clubs. Thank you, and the best of luck to both teams.
Beautiful moment of reflection on those who contribute to their clubs wholeheartedly. We are sad for the loss that both clubs today have felt, but this brings us to reflect on the camaraderie of football, what it means to so many in the community, and what these clubs provide for their past players, current fans and administration, and the players today. This is a big moment, round one of the year, and it was so special to have a moment to reflect on what football can give us all.
Yeah, you're right, Gav. You know, especially, you know, we're still very blessed in this country, you know, that we've got a wonderful game that brings people together on a weekend. And, you know, when you look at the participants now, you know, the participation levels on Saturday, just in the Eastern Football Netball League, including our women, there's probably nearly 800 players playing a game of football in the Eastern Football Netball League on a weekend. Then you take in the netball as well. So, I mean, we've got nearly 1,200 people in this community, right, that, you know, that play for the Eastern Football Netball League, and it's an absolute honour, Gav, to be able to represent them on a weekend.
Never forget your volunteers. We here do it for the privilege and pleasure of being here on the day. Emily, you've got involvement as a coach. You would know what background support would help in you get your job done, just so the players can be at their best. There's so much that goes into every Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just reflecting on the time that I had at North Ringwood, it was one of the most enjoyable experiences that I've had from a coaching perspective. And everyone involved in the club, it wasn't just the coaching panel, but, your team managers, your trainers, everyone just working together and just seeing the boys out on the park. And obviously we did have a lot of the women's teams. We had 2 women's teams back then. To see how everyone just gets along and, the social rooms after the game, like that's what footy's all about. You can coach in the higher levels and it's awesome, don't get me wrong. But if you can get to that point where you're enjoying the process and you're enjoying who you're hanging out with, that's why you do it.
That's exactly right. Doesn't matter. We've always said, Ryan, one of the things that we've always prided ourselves on, especially on our match of the day, is we always like to give every division a chance, which other football organisations don't. They only stick to their top grade. But we recognise that the Eastern Football League, we have 5 divisions, and we owe it to every single club to give them the exposure that they deserve.
And obviously to this game here out at Walker Park, we're moments away from starting, and we've got Josh Ward on the boundary. Josh?
My tip for this game as well, first up, I've got Mitcham. Boronia kicking to the left of your screen. That's the wind advantage they'll have in the first quarter.
Thanks there, Josh. Tips across the board. Brash, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm going with Mitcham, only because it's Mitcham. I think it's a toss of the coin game, this one, Ryan.
Emily?
I'm going to go Boronia 23.
There you go.
Let's go.
Gav?
Without much idea, I'll tip Boronia.
Yeah, I'm tipping the Hawks here and ready to go. Gav Casey, take us underway. Round 1 at Walker Park.
Rucks go out at middle, Walker Park. Hannon gets a second go at tapping it down, but Mitcham try to win it out of the circle. Tackle is fierce. It means the ball hasn't moved from the centre circle. And they'll come in for secondary. The secondary bit of hustle and bustle and tussle. Yeah. It's all happening now. The umpire's having none of it. He balls it up, and the wreckage of that pack has now come back. Hannon only just gets up to contest the ruck contest. He's hand pass is sharked. Turnover potentially as Hannon goes again. Hand pass out wide. It still hasn't opened up, but finally it gets into Jamison's hands. He goes backwards. Now the first kick forward in anger goes towards half forward. Underneath it was Hudson. He couldn't get into it. It's been knocked off by Mitcham. They're under a heap of pressure. That tackle from behind has been a beauty. And the run down possession goes to Begley. Begley loads up to the goal square. Robertson in position. Misses him as he just tries a body ground level. They can't keep it in the Hawks, and it's in the pocket. No score yet.
Well, there you go. Fiery start to this one. Daniel West, of course, playing for the Hawks today. Former Tiger premiership player. Plenty of interest in that one as fell through the hands of Uren. At the back was Gill. Picked up here by the Hawks, stolen away. Clearing kick out of their back half for the Tigers. Sport from behind into a bit of space in the middle of the ground here. Who can pick it up cleanly first? And wrapped up in the tackle by Curtis. It was Matthew Barkas, who's playing his first senior game for the Hawks this season. Coming off a bit sore from that one. So ball up in the middle of the ground. Sanderson went up first. Handball over the top in the direction of Hare. Picked up cleanly towards the top of the square. Robertson's at the back. In front was Hudson. Here's Begley. Hudson with the tackle. One of the key plays that they've recruited over the off-season. So we get a ball up 10 metres out from the Boronia goals. As Hudson's wrapped up this time by Jackson Glossop.
Boronia 2 inside 50s early, but once it gets in there, it's a fair scrap. Late coming to the party was Hannon. Josh Hannon couldn't get in the ruck contest. Mitcham at ground level trying to share their way out of danger. But at ground level, it's been picked off by Jamison. Around the corner from 30. He's the man on the spot. First score for Boronia in their round 1 encounter with Mitcham. Boronia 1 straight, leading on the Bendio Bank scoreboard by that goal.
Well, Boronia have dominated possession and of the contest and the opening minutes here, and they've managed to work really hard to keep that ball in their forward 50 as well, and have been rewarded with a goal here, Em.
Well, one of the best things about Boronia just then is that they weren't all congested into the forward 50 either. So they had four blokes sitting out in the middle of the ground, but saw a lot more of the Mitcham players, their midfielders going into the forward 50. So that congestion makes it really, really hard for them to be able to get clean possession, and obviously Boronia's converted there too.
Good start for the Hawks here. 1 straight 6 It's a no score as Duvalin puts the ball in the boot into the hands here. Wex tried to wrap him up, did Jesse Uren. And we've got a free kick here going the way of Uren.
He gave him a bit of the short arm there, Daniel, unfortunately. Just copped him a bit high.
And he'll be in distance from here. Be kicking from right on the arc if he wants to go back and have the set shot, or look inside 50 and finds a target.
Good kick.
And that's Tom Lovell who's able to take the mark on the chest.
New role for Lovell this year, normally predominantly playing back, maybe play forward this year, you think, Ryan?
He played a bit everywhere, obviously plays in the ruck as well, but up forward certainly going to be key for the Tigers this season. As Lovell comes in looking for the Mitcham's first of the day, just to the left. So a minor score, one behind the Tigers, Boronia 1 straight 6.
It'll be interesting to see what Boronia do here. They've really lengthened the ground there as well, so they'll be looking to try and get the ball long, surge the ball down into the middle of the ground. We'll see what happens.
Burgess from fullback. Veteran now. Long ball down the middle of Walker Park being chopped off. And again, Mitcham load up. Long ball. Heaps of pressure. Nice dive. Back position. Bit of a lean off his opponent. And diving back with the flight of the ball. That is a great pair of hands. And Mitcham will have a set shot in the hands of Olden.
Yeah, very, very good positioning there by Olden.
So that's just smart football. Burgess stands the mark. And from 20 metres out, Olden hopes to put it over his and the goal umpire's head. Oh, that's a shank. Didn't go as high as the man on the mark, really. So it went around him and missed to the right. So Olden second behind for Mitcham as they go to the White Horse Road end. They trail by 4 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Boronia 1 straight 6. So another kick out. Long goes Burgess. There's a bit of wind behind that to the wing. Outer side. Dunlaven Road wing. Ground level though, it's a scrap for the ball. And they're keen to jump on each other when the ball's there on ground level. It's going to be hard work for the umpire to decipher free kicks. But he's happy to come in and ball it up. Hannon in the ruck contest was first to apply a tackle. So the ground level handball, Laughlin hands it back. Hannon trying to wrestle his opponent out of the way. And Skinner sit at a hold. Oh, actually, it's a Shepherd. So the arm from the umpire confused me, but in a way, I agree with that free kick. Even though he had to grab him to try to get him out of the way, he was not allowed to go for the ball as he would have hoped to anyway, Hannon. So it's Josh Hannon from half back. The numbers flowered back for Mitcham. High ball to the arc of 45. Flying at it. Ali's was at the front, but he punches it down. Ground level, the Tigers. They really haven't got too much fluency yet from half back. Close to the boundary, wrapped up. Tigers going nowhere, and they hold it in to the Hawks.
If Mitcham can get it out into the middle of the ground, they've set up really, really well to be able to run and carry through the middle. We got number 7. We got Barnesy on top of 50. Get the ball out to him. He'll be able to clear it through.
So the Hawks trying to push this one forward. That was spoiled there from Church. Important this year. Jamison inside 50. And a great target in Blair Hudson, who can go back for his first of the game and first in Hawks colours if he can kick truly here.
Yeah, really good play there. Lowered his eyes there and hit the target. The Mitcham defender really had no chance whatsoever to inflict a spoil.
Been the leading goal scorer at Heathmont. Really important player. He loves it off the boot. He gets his first in Hawks colours. And Boronia have 2 on the board. 2 straight 12 to Mitcham, 2 behinds.
Hudson looks like a likely type. What's his history there, Ryan?
He played at Norwood as a backman, really, Blair Hudson, but also at times his experience was used in the forward line, Gav.
Certainly then at Heathmont, of course, up forward, being a leading goal kicker at the club. So one to really keep an eye on this season. He was highlighted in the pre-season.
Could be a 1-2 punch with him and Robertson. Strength, and maybe one will be in open space like this time it was Hudson. But it's Mitcham getting the free kick. Long ball into their 50. The pack flies 3 versus 3. Ground level. That's me. Kick off the ground. And Burgess just kicks it out of bounds on the full. You're wondering how much jeopardy he felt he had, but not the best idea in the end. Long ball forward by Barnes. It's now a pack forming 30 metres out from Mitcham's goals. Roving the ball. Boronia are being held up. They're happy to take the stoppage. Mitcham have got a couple of inside 50 marks, but they're yet to convert them. And at ground level, they've been stopped in their tracks from this ball up. So we'll get another ball up, this time about 20 metres from Mitcham's goal. Looking lively is Laughlin, but he couldn't get free of a tackle. Again, he goes at it. He can't get foot to the ball. Was he pushed? Umpire said no. Play on as the ball spilt out. Mitcham again trying to get a kick forward. Short kick out of the tackle. Only goes to the opposition. Now it falls into the hands of Barnes. Long loading ball from 45. Gets the journey but trails off to the left. Another miss from Mitcham. 3 behinds. They trail by 9. 9 minutes gone in this first term.
So Harry Burgess with the kick in. Quick to play on. Finds a Rundle. Another one of the Hawks' prize recruits this season. Out of defence. Couldn't find Jordan Church. And it's out of bounds. So we'll get a boundary thrown on the far side out here at Walker Park. Probably not as big of a crowd as the Sunday game last year against Vermont, of course, but conditions are much different this year. But we'll sure have a fair few in today. There's Lovell chasing this one towards the boundary, keeps it alive and ends up collecting it himself and goes inside 50, looking for a mark, but it's Jared Lake in front position. In front of Johnson to take this one for the Hawks. Missed a lot of last season due to injury, did Jared Lake. Great to see him back out there. Here's Tom Lovell, off to Rod Ali. Ali inside, 50 for the Tigers, and that kick is to the left. Goal umpire has a stumble. There's Mitcham on the board for their 4th behind. Boronia 2 straight 12. We played 10 minutes into this first quarter.
They're always theatrical, aren't they, the umpires, when they fall over? It's never just a stutter. It's a total calamity.
They're a different breed.
So the Burgess is getting great practice. He'll master kick out soon because he's had 4 and now it goes long, but again it's a turnover. So if the Barnes again is that, this time it's Maguire who took a mark again. So that's 2 he's marked from kick-ins. So I don't think they're trying to hit him up, but he's there in position. Long ball loaded to 30 out in the pocket, but it's a great mark and the Hawks have relieved some pressure as it's long ball now out for Boronia. 3 against 1. Kick misdirected. So Mitcham, they're setting up a nice wall on the wing. They'll do a long ball in. Again, it's just a hopeful one. Pack will rise, and again, this time it's Burgess, but Boronia taking defensive marks. If you're just going to kick it to a, well...
No, it's been a free kick.
Free kick against. It was a Burgess or another?
It was Barkas, I think.
So if you're going to kick it to a predictable spot is what I was going to say, Boronia are going to be all over it. But they did impede in the process, and it's going to be a free kick shot at goal for Mitcham, and it's in the hands of Townsend. So a bit of potential luck in that the umpire saw the infringement, but Mitcham will take it if they can convert, and they do need to make the most of their opportunities. It's been 4 minor scores so far. 12 minutes into their season. Can the first goal be put on the board? Townsend, what a beautiful kick for the left footer. 1-4-10. They now only trail by 2, Mitcham. 2 straight. 12 Boronia, 12 minutes gone, first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, they've probably had control of the contest over the last 7 or 8 minutes, Mitcham, and they haven't been able to hit the scoreboard the way that they'd like. But that's probably due to the fact that Boronia are not giving them any sort of loose ball in that forward 50. And when they do get it, Mitcham, it's been under pressure at their disposal.
So we're back in the middle again. We'll get a ball up. 2 points in it. Hawks leading. Fairchild wrapped up by 2 Tigers. We'll get another ball up. Thanks for joining us today on EFNL Facebook and YouTube. One other Sunday game taking place out at Zerby's Reserve as Lovell punches it forward. And we're going to get a stoppage. The half-forward flank here for the Tigers. Hannon and Lovell. Hannon got the tap down. Duvalin's around this one. Fairchild. Same result again. So Mitcham certainly with some opportunities in this opening term. 1 goal 4 to 2 straight. Tom Lovell out of the ruck. Here's Hannon. Handball at ground level. Barkers got it out to Jamison. Jamison now looking in the direction of Josh Begley, got a hand to it. Picks it up cleanly off the second bounce and a smart kick forward to find Robertson right in the pocket in front of the past players of the Mitcham Football Club.
Well, he's had the 2 touches, Begley, and he looks like he may have set himself up for another assist here for a Boronia goal.
So Ben Robertson, familiar with kicking goals out here at Walker Park, played off in both grand finals in 2023 and 2024 for the Hawks. Kicking multiple goals in both grand finals. Robertson comes in looking for his first. It's not there. It's just a minor score, the first blemish for the Hawks, 2-1-13 to 1-4-10.
Just wonder if he didn't read the play and just put it in front of the goals and let the wind take it at that metre it needs to. Kicking it so sharply, I think sometimes you've got to just let the wind do its job for you. So the kick went near side, kick out for Mitcham. They're at ground level, but the hand pass cannot help them break free. Olden in the pack. He gets held a long time. The umpire finally comes in with the whistle, and it'll be a ball up.
Probably lucky not to be penalised there.
Yeah, he did have some open options, so yeah, potentially he was lucky. Ground level again. Mitcham, they're just not being able to get it out of that centre stoppage, but a trip will go the way the umpire. Well, the arm waving is, well, I'm now less confused because the kick's being taken by Edwards and it's a mark inside 45. I wasn't sure, like the Mitcham team, whether it was their free kick or not.
Yeah, the umpire didn't really articulate that free kick very well, Gav. I agree with you.
Then it allowed the kick inside 45 to be quite sharp and deliberate. And now having a shot at goal, Duncanson from 45 and a 45-degree angle. He can put the 3rd goal on the board for the Hawks. Puts it left post. That's driving its way. What a beautiful kick. We talk about using the conditions to advantage with a kick. That was beautiful. It sailed through. What a goal to Duncanson, the 3rd for Boronia. 3-1-19, 9-point lead over Mitcham, 1-4-10, halfway through this first term.
Well, it's been an interesting and entertaining first 16 minutes of this game. Both sides have had their chances to really hit the scoreboard, and I just think Boronia have just taken their chances a bit more than what Mitcham have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just being able to convert a 3-1. Just when the ball's gone down into their forward line, they've been able to capitalise on that.
So here's a chance now for the Tigers through Lovell towards the half-forward line. Burgess involved. There's Townsend with the handball forward. Guy Lachlan wrapped up in the tackle. Great to see Guy Lachlan back out there for the Tigers.
Most definitely.
Dual premiership player, 2023, 2024.
Only mullet on the ground.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? Collins goes back to Burgess. Burgess out of defence. And that ball going to roll out. Both players happy to see it over.
Oh, actually, there's another mullet. They'll give some credit to Urin as well.
Yeah, he's certainly stands out. Here he is now. Here's Hannon.
Dropping the ball.
And they'll use the advantage straight away. The Tigers inside 50. Sport from behind by Lake and has given away a free kick in the process, has he?
Yep.
And the Tigers will get a set shot on goal.
Mitch have been setting up really, really well when the ball's been in their forward line. Before we saw it was Harry Burgess is kicking it back out, and then it was a mark by Mitch and went back in again. And they've done the same thing. They're setting up really, really well. So even if it is a behind, they're going to be able to get that ball and transition it back into the forward line.
Absolutely, and given a chance here for Mitch Johnson to have his first goal in Tigers colours.
Southport.
Yes, Southport, as he lines up and puts it through. First goal for the Tigers. And that moves them to 2-4-16 to Boronia 3-1-19. And it certainly helps that experience from a VFL point of view, Emily, to have him and the experience he's going to be able to give him this year.
Well, I think he's also got a forward line coaching role as well with that. So being able to share that and be in that identified position really would help Mitcham out heaps.
Well, they might need him at quarter time. He's showing them the way with kicking skills, but so far slightly inaccurate in front of goal with set shots.
Well, we did say before the game that good players are able to adapt to conditions, and obviously that's a great example of that too.
Yeah, well, he's corrected something that was going awry for Mitcham. They close the back The gap back to 3. Secondary ball up, not happening because the tackle's been rewarded for holding the ball. Mitcham will get another clearance, in fact. They've been doing well in that way. So Porter loads up a long ball. Leading's options come at him, but Boronia got numbers back. Ground level, working it around. Barkas was in there, and the clearing kick goes long to the wing, where the numbers not always suited Boronia, but forcing his way into the contest was Godwin. He spins out of a tackle. Hand pass didn't find the intended as he would have liked. And Mitcham can't get out of the rucker players either. And it's going to be a holding a ball decision to go to Boronia. So Edwards has got it on the outer side, winning the free kick from the tackle. His kick doesn't go on the full to his teammate, so it's a rush kick. Mark taken by White. White in the middle of Walker Park. Kicks high, higher than he would, longer. Flyers come out. No mark taken, Boronia. Ground level ball. Trying to get it going forward. Now they go long. At the back is Hudson Bonali. Well, I was looking at players behind him, but he leapt straight up and took it out of the air. So he went high, and what a specky early.
Yeah, it was one of the candidates of the mid-season draft last year. Sends it long forward. Burgess with the handball to Edwards. He goes inside 50. Godwin just outside the arc. Takes the mark on the chest. We'll see if he backs himself in to have the shot. I currently lead this game by 3 points. 3-1-19 to 2-4-16.
Given the conditions of the game, it made sense at the start to be surging the ball down, but as we just saw, the ball's been moved across changing lanes into the middle of the ground, and it's opened up the scoring opportunities for Boronia to be able to get the ball back, even though Ali took that. We've got this shot on goal here.
Towards the top of the square, and they get a mark out of it in Duncanson.
And if it's going to fall short, that's the best spot that you want it, right?
Right in front position. And Cooper Duncanson, who already has one on the board this quarter, can line up for goal number 2.
Had a bit of a breakout year last year, Duncanson. I thought, he was elevated his game to a different level in season 25.
He's gone. Duncanson comes in and has hit the post. So just the minor score as Brash can take a break.
That kick went as well as Brash's voice.
2-4-16.
We're laughing, but that's more, mate. Mitcham driving out from the kick out. Spoil has to come in. Ground level, Mitcham might fight their way into the contest, going through Goulding, try to get on it, but he had to be the push off as the counter-attack is now on Jamison. He's a jet. He picks it up at half forward, loads up from 45. In position is Hudson, pushes his opponent off, and he takes a mark uncontested. Call to play on. He puts it on the ground, then follows through with his leg. And I'm not sure that wasn't a goal. I'm very confused.
That was good body work.
Was it not a mark? We'll talk about it later. It's played on so quickly. Now it's up at half-back for Boronia. Now they're under pressure. Going backwards under heap of pressure is Burgess. He finds a teammate. They go through the middle now. Now it might load up through Hare. Hare, long ball. Being tackled in the marking contest. Will be a free kick. No, it won't. Robinson says, what do I have to do to tell you it's a free kick? He was reeling back. He was rocking and rolling, and the tackle seemed obvious on him in the marking contest. No free kick to Boronia.
And boundary thrown inside 50 here for the Hawks. Been surging in the last couple of minutes. There's Duncanson again, stolen away by Barnes. Clearing kick out of their back half and finds Guy Lachlan. We'll go down the boundary to Josh Ward.
Oh, whoops, sorry. I was just going to say, if your guys are confused, I'm very confused down here because the wind is playing funny buggers down here. It was at one stage going towards the right of the screen after it was originally going to the left.
Can confirm he is confused.
As the ball comes back to Guy Lachlan, who's had a bit of it in this first quarter. Long down the line, just falls into the hands here of Collins for the Hawks. Takes the game on through Church. Church in the middle of the ground looking to switch the play here towards us. In front of this one, Godwin. Handball back to White. White dodging traffic. Puts on the boot and straight to the hands of Guy Lachlan here for the Tigers, who's off and racing straight away, looking to make the most of this. It's a 1-on-2. The mark almost not quite taken.
Just have a look at the way Ryan White kicked. His last 2 kicks have gone off the side of the boot and gone right angles, not where he's intended to kick it.
No ruckman contesting for Mitcham, but the ball up was a bit too high for Hannon. He had to wait a while, and then the tackle comes flying in from Barton Smith. Hannon, now he's got a ruck contest. Knocked forward by Lovell, but to no advantage. And Boronia hold it up at centre-half back. Let's get a snapshot of the scoreboard. 3-3-21. Boronia lead by 5 over Mitcham. 2-4-16. First term of Division 1 season 2026 for both clubs. Now push off as the ball goes to the wing. Boronia spilling out of it. Oh, Godwin, he gets tackled at the last second. Does get the foot to ball. Jamison's been a live wire. Gets onto it. He tries to evade a tackle. Hand pass wasn't effective. Kick goes forward. Chopped off by Barkas. He goes long. Ali in position. Bit of a flyer. Backing up. Back into potentially a contest was Courage. But a free kick off the ball goes to Nicholas. So Mitcham get to have a bit of tempo footy. 2 kicks sideways are effective. Barton Smith on half back, just slowing it down. Short inboard is going to work. Now play on is the call as Goulding goes long. Long he goes, marking contest. Boronia been good to knock it down, but it's at ground level. Hand past the Porter. Porter goes from it from 30, but it's been chopped off again, and it's a Burgess marking it at the top of the square.
He is so consistent.
Absolutely. The skipper of the side.
Never forget he's got Corey there as well. So when we call Burgess, most of the time so far it's been Harry.
It has. As he finds Hare. Hare out of the back line. Long kick in the direction of Josh Hannon out the back. Strong hands here for the Tigers. It's Flynn Maguire who can put this ball back inside 50, looking for a late goal in the quarter. Johnson's in the middle of this pack. Out the back is Burgess. Here's Guy Lachlan off the right boot. He'll love this if it goes through. It's a high kick, still in play. Underneath this one, he might end up with his own kick. It's Duvallin. Did he drop it? Umpire says play on as Burgess wrapped up. So they're still not out of this, are the Hawks. Deep in their defence. The ball up over the top is Sanderson. Church ends up with the footy here for the Hawks. Handball over the top to White. White under a bit of trouble. Shrugged off the tackler. Got the hands off to Collins. Collins out of the back 50. It's a 1-on-2. Was there a hold on Begley? There wasn't. Lovell towards centre half forward. Finds a target, and it's Maguire again, who... Was it him, Gav, at this game last year against Vermont? He kicked a goal from outside 50?
Yeah, I think it was.
I don't think we predicted it.
No, so I'll back him in from here if he can. The kick is on its way. It's the wind's going to pull it left, and a mark out the back.
It's that man.
And it's Mitch Johnson.
The shortest man on the field, really.
And judged it well.
Good pickup by Mitcham.
Certainly right. And he may be short, Lee, but certainly not skinny. Look at the muscles on this guy.
Well, I was going to say, though, it was more the fact that he was just the one man out the back. Yep.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
We're talking about his height. It's Johnson around the corner looking for his second, and the Tigers are back in front. 3-4-22 to the Hawks, 3-3-21.
Well, it's been an entertaining contest for both sides.
Well, the wind is no longer a mystery for the next 2 minutes because that ball dropped short and went right to left from where we're viewing it. Went across goals.
It's been a real good play by Mitcham. Like I said earlier in the quarter, they're setting up really well just outside of the 50, and we saw that Boronia had to hand pass the ball out. They had no option to kick to and end up being almost like a 1-on-3. So that's a reward for that kind of effort and that discipline.
Rucks go at it. What a tight game we have. This might be tight throughout the... well, we certainly hope so. We hope we have a happy Sunday, a close contest here at Walker Park. Getting up with the ball and handing it back is Lovell. He's doing ruck work in the middle. Hannon jumps into him, then jumps up. That's going to be a push-off, yep. You can't go across the invisible line in the ruck contest and attack your opponent. So Lovell, he's looking for hand pass to the back runners, but now he goes across ground, does... On the bounce, find a teammate. Porter's under the spinning, and in all that spinning, we'll finish up quarter time because the siren ends all that. It is quarter time here at Walker Park. Mitcham 3-4-22, leading Boronia 3-3-21. Before we go to a break, it's Johnson who's kicked 2 goals for Mitcham with Townsend. 3 goals for Boronia have come from Duncanson, Hudson and Jamison. You're listening on 98.1 Facebook and YouTube. We'll go to a break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park. Mitcham taking on Boronia. Very interesting first quarter. It's the Tigers 3-4-22 to Boronia 3-3-21. Em and Brash, we'll throw it to you about this first quarter because it was a pretty back and forth game, very interesting. Mitcham missed, I think, their first 4 shots on goal and ended up stealing the lead late, but both sides certainly gave us a bit to watch.
Yeah, both sides gave good as they could get really in this quarter, and was a bit of a ding-dong battle in the fact that, you know, both sides, you know, had moments of play where they controlled the contest. And when they had control, both sides actually looked really good with their own game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the highlights was once Boronia started to actually move the ball and change lanes in the middle of the ground, they were able to get the ball into their forward line a little bit more, rather than this bombing the ball down the line, this surge style of football. So I'm curious to see whether they sort of adapt or adopt more of that in this quarter. That's what I sort of see Boronia's game, like what their strengths are. So I'm surprised it hasn't been happening as much as what it could be, but given the conditions, it makes a lot of sense too.
But that being said, though, would that be the fact that Mitcham are very stoic down in their back 50, and their players don't give the opposition forwards much latitude in terms of width?
Yeah, absolutely. So Mitcham have been covering the middle of the ground. You can't see this on the screen if you're not on at the ground here. But Mitcham are covering that kick away option on the wing really, really well. And so that means that whenever Boronia look up, especially when they're in their D50, they're looking at a 3-on-1 contest, and that's really hard to adapt to and transition the ball out of their back line.
One of the other things I noticed then was the way that when Mitcham won the clearance, a lot of their midfielders were running forward and creating like that 9-on-6 forward play, and it looked like that they had a lot of options moving into their forward 50, but they just couldn't hit the target in the right position at the right time.
So and that's a classic Boronia style. and that that to me makes a lot of sense. But they weren't they didn't have the options on the outside, so. So because of those options were a bit limited, it meant that was more of a surge kick into the forward line, which means that you're just under pressure a little bit more and you're putting your forwards under a lot of pressure, easy for the back line to read.
And we are going to be joined here by Matt Clark, as Josh Ward down on the boundary has Clarkey. Take it away, Josh.
Clarkey, what do you make of that first quarter in very tricky conditions out here at Walker Park?
Yeah, the wind's doing a bit, but I thought both sides attacked it extremely hard, and there was a lot of pressure around the footy, and I think whoever got it in quick was certainly taking advantage of it or getting dangerous. I thought our composure was a little bit off at the back half of the quarter, so we spoke about that then, but I thought, they're coming with the same intensity as we are at the moment. I'm happy with their intensity, just ball usage, and maybe we've gone too back the other way where we're not handballing at all. I think there's opportunity for us to make the ground big, get that 1-2 handballs, and then open up the fat side of it where we can let our forwards go to work.
I was just touching on the forwards. That must be pleasing that you've been so efficient going inside forward 50 and taking advantage of a lot of opportunities.
Absolutely, and we know that the way the numbers, if we keep allowing them to get as many inside 50s as they are, it's going to be a tough game of footy. So I think we're lucky we're efficient at the moment. We think one-on-one we're quite dangerous up forward, and I've encouraged the guys again to get it in there, obviously to advantage as quick as we can.
Thanks, Clarkey. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks there, Josh Ward with the Boronia senior coach Matt Clark. We are treated to two of the best in the league in Matt Clark and Neil Winterton head-to-head. Last time these two sides played back in 2019, I believe that was in a final as well. And they are reignited this year, reunited out here at Walker Park. And we're all set to go here for the second quarter action. Thanks for joining us on EFNL, YouTube and Facebook. Big afternoon ahead. We also do have a game out at Zerby's Reserve, which is currently taking place between Doncaster East and Vermont. Quarter time there. It is the Lions leading 5-2-32 to Vermont 3-1-19. So we'll keep you updated across the afternoon on that game as we're ready to go. Second quarter. Gav Casey, take us underway.
Bucks go at it. Middle Walker Park. They both miss it. They both go through the contest. Sanderson try to go again. Tackle at ground level will be a secondary ball up. They both try to avoid body contact coming together, the ruckman, and they completely missed it. Now Hannon sort of goes uncontested, grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it forward to White Horse Road. Ali laid into it but gets the spoil and roves his own spoil. At ground level, he's tackled as he tried to kick it, and it's a sling tackle that will go his way. He did well because he was behind, made the run for the ball, and the sheeting of rain is now coming because the wind is propping up, and you can probably see it even on the screen, YouTube or Facebook, that the rain is coming down, and people are about to make this grandstand in front of us very full.
And very local.
So ground level, there's no mark or free kick given. Out of bounds on the outer side. Let's go ground level. Sorry you're there at the moment, Josh.
That's all good, Gav. I'll tough it out. Lucky I've got the hoodie, but no, it's just little drizzle at the moment, although I am a bit concerned with the dark clouds above.
Have you got an umbrella?
No, I don't. I might have to come up, actually.
All right, there you go. Big tackle there by Ali on Hannon.
What happens if it's only the pink one, Josh? Can you handle that?
We lost him.
Nothing wrong with the colour pink, I think it really brings out a lot of people's eyes.
I'm 50-50 on the pink umbrella.
It's more the specific one, Em. It's
all right.
It's a different umbrella.
Am I missing something here?
Yeah, old joke.
All right.
Sanderson in the middle of the ground. I'm missing that too. I think I've missed something as we go inside 50.
It's not funny if only two people know the joke.
They run with it a lot, some of these inside jokes. Is on the ball, on the boot there, Goulding. Intercepted there by Hannon in defence as he kicks this one out and straight down the throat of Rod Ali, who just holds things up as this grandstand right in front of us starts to really fill up. Rain getting a little bit heavier. Ali's kick long into attacking towards the pocket. Lovell's in front position, was a hard one to mark and has been awarded the free kick. Chopping of the arms
I think I'm
against
mad
Barkers.
and disappointed. That's a black umbrella in his hands.
Where's that? Right in front of us. So a chance for Lovell, and with the conditions out here at the moment, going to take Tom's best.
Well, it's going to take a really good kick from the boundary line. We saw Ben Robertson have a shot from there in the first quarter and just missed, but it takes a special type of kick.
He's just going to put it up towards the top of the square. Josh Hannon in front position takes the mark, uncontested.
You watch, they'll all come up here and then it'll stop raining and then it'll all go back down again.
Wasn't the worst idea to put it in the goal square. He just didn't execute. It was a very floppy kick there by Lovell. Ground level though, it's in the hands of Porter. Goes long, Lovell will be late into it. He has to spoil more than a marking attempt. Ground level, Boronia under a heap of pressure, but they'll get some release through Duke, dribbling its way onto the outer side. And now there's no players forward of the ball, so spinning in Wex was just spinning around in circles, just waiting for his players to give him an option. And eventually one came to him, and it's a mark on the outer side. When you look forward and you see nothing, and you have to stand still, it's quite perplexing for a footballer, but Boronia do nicely there. The contest, though, at half forward is a 50-50 one, and it's out of bounds, half forward for Boronia, outer side.
Unfortunately, Gav, we don't have that Clarkie's paddock type game anymore, mate. They don't play that style.
Well, I was wondering why there was a red stop sign or something that he had to stop. It was very sudden. So the ball goes inside 45 for Boronia. No mark taken. Hudson again involved. Comes a tackler as he's late into it. This third-party collision. And it'll be a ball up 40 metres from Boronia's goal. The White Horse Road end. Punch forward. But Mitcham at the back of the pack. Jamison's there to hassle. Quick kick. Goes forward. Boronia still in the danger area for Mitcham. They're under a heap of pressure. Laughlin takes on the tackler and hands it back to the umpire because it's going to be a ball up 45 metres out. We'll go at ground level again. Fairchild hand passes it forward just as he tries to burst the tackle. So now it's a disputed ball 30 metres out. And Stacks on the free kick, push in the back. There was a lot of people come in over the top of the person over the ball. And I think it's Boronia eventually get up after the scuffle. If you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, it's WWE at the moment. And I've picked the wrong side for the free kick, have I?
Yeah.
So it's Mitcham who get the free kick in defence.
I got excited. I thought that was Wex that Jesse Wren pushed down, but it was Begley. As the ball comes back out, Burgess, handball cut off here by Guy Lachlan, long kick down the line. And the mark was dropped by Barkas. Ball very slippery at the moment. Collins goes back to Lake. And then we've got a ball up here.
It's amazing just how one fumble can cost you yardage.
So Lovell, uncontested, sends a long kick towards the top of the goal square. Bouncing ball. Dangerous one here for the Hawks.
Boronia just looking real in their shell at the moment. There was a real good opportunity to come forward and take the game on in that last contest just before. And they're seemingly just really hesitant at the moment.
Missed an opportunity there, did the Hawks. Thanks for joining us on EFNL Facebook and YouTube. 6 minutes into this second quarter. Mitcham lead by a point, 3-4-22 to 3-3-21. Inside 50 here for the Tigers. Duvalin.
I think it comes down to that both back lines of its respective sides well on top at the moment.
So we had the ball up. Over the top was Lovell. Got a fist to it. Here's Guy Lachlan. Picks it up cleanly, but he's wrapped up by Wex. Got it on boot.
Really?
But just a minor score. And they're quick to play on here, the Hawks.
Yeah, it's a new development in football where you can play on as soon as the signal by finger through the umpire. No flag waving wait is needed. So Mitcham get that out of dodge as quick as possible. They go from full back to outer wing. But no clear possession one, and it's out of bounds, out of side. I think a bit of the wind will drag the ball over there as well. So if Boronia want to defend, it's the way to go. Ball in. Hannon wins the tap, but Mitcham there to Shark. The tackle was a ball and all effort. So Boronia trying to go again. Hannon gets hand pass received with someone on his back. Fairchild took on the tackler and be pinged. So it'll be a free kick going away of Mitcham. And it's very tight in the contest now, and Ali is going to hand it back to his teammate in Goulding, who won the free kick with that fine tackle. Goulding, outer side, loads up, centre half forward. Burgess in good position. Harry goes to spoil instead of the mark because he had his opponent to worry about two. Kick off the ground was only 3 metres for Mitcham. Still a pack of players around the ball. So the shovelled hand pass by Church gets it in the middle of Walker Park where Mitcham have got the numbers. Quick kick forward by Maguire. High up and under. Spoil comes in. Ground level. Who's going to win it? It was in the hands of Church. Hand passes it forward again, but to no one in particular. Off the ground kick will be marked by Boronia. And it's Arundel who takes the mark on the outer side. So a bit of inspiration's turned into a result. Kick sideways goes to Wex.
Daniel Wex here for the Hawks, slowing things down.
Bit of composure here is what's needed anyway. Instead of getting that rush kick along down the line, trying to actually make something. Seeing some players starting to lead and got some good running patterns here. Hopefully they can get the ball forward.
They looked like they were out there with Collins, but the mark was dropped, and now it comes back for the Tigers towards their half-forward line. Big collision and very sore out of this one. And it looks like Matt Barkas.
It's not the
first
time he's
no, it's the second time he's had...
he's going to come straight off.
He looks like he's in a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, ankle.
Yeah, very sore as this ball goes inside 50. Burgess and Lake. It was spoiled by Lake. Burgess again underneath this one.
Is that an ankle or a cramp?
Yeah, I didn't see the actual collision, and Josh Ward might have seen that at boundary level, Josh.
I think he might have just bumped into someone on the field. It might be an ankle injury. I'll keep you updated on that.
Yeah, we'll certainly find out more soon as this ball goes across the line.
Well, I saw Ed Richards last night. The ankles are painful first up when you feel them. So, he's putting pressure on it, so it's nothing too severe up the leg at least. So I think it's lower leg at worst.
A stinger, you reckon, Gav?
I hope so for his sake, because he's been important. He's solid, as well as in physicality, as well as gameplay. And in the middle of Walker Park, Mitcham have got it in the hands of Fairchild. He spins, looks left now with his kick. Ali gets some luck that it bounces to him through his opponent. Hand pass forward, hoping for a runner, but the boundary line is intercepting that play, and it's out of bounds, out of side of Walker Park.
Yeah, Josh Begley's really struggling to get into the contest. They don't seem to be able to get the ball to him, and he seems to be having to search far and wide for possessions.
Hannon's doing well in the ruck, but it's Mitcham who are reading the play off the pack, and off hands, a kick, quick kick forward, and Lachlan takes the mark half forward. The back of his neck, the hair's just flowing beautifully with the wind knocking it around. The high kick with the wind really playing tricks on marking contest. They all fly at it. Tackle flies in by Edwards, and Boronia do hold up Mitcham, and that man who's kicked 2, Johnson, hands the ball back to the umpire.
Deep inside Mitcham's forward 50. No goals kicked in this second quarter just yet. Off the ground was Curtis. We'll get a boundary throw in here. Good crowd starting to build in despite the weather here on a Sunday. Not too many games played across Victoria today. Ball back into play. Sanderson the tapper of the top. Fairchild cop one high. And will get himself a free kick back here. Their defensive half. Ball's going to come back.
Mitcham have numbers out the back though. They're going to have to be really smart with their possession here.
And he'll decide to go through the corridor. Collins is there. That's a great mark. And now they're out. Here's Hannon. Luke Hannon towards Robertson. Bounced off his chest. Godwin was there to mop it up. Can he get rid of the handball? He can't. He's been pinged holding the ball, says the umpire.
Yeah, there's a time limit how long you can hold on to it in a tackle.
Yeah, but there's been others that could have been penalised too throughout this game for that exact tackle.
Riley Nicholas, the one who laid the tackle, sends the ball back out of their defensive half. Socket off the ground by Burgess. Couldn't quite pick it up there, could Mitcham. Alex Barton-Smith underneath this one.
Not enough talk there from Mitcham. 4 players went up for that mark. They were just lucky that the ball didn't fall Mitcham way because they would have had plenty of runners.
So Lovell and Hannon. Lovell got the tap down. Hannon passed it off to Lavender. Lavender inside 50. It's Arundel who can run onto this one. Well, Robertson's there. Back to Arundel. Tapping it in front of himself. Nicholas. Barnes for the Tigers. Over the top to Goulding with a bit of time. Dodges one and sends it forward back to Barnes. Nat Barnes inside 50 now for Mitcham. Packet plays fly, punched from behind by Duke. And out of bounds it goes. We've played 12 and a half minutes into this second quarter. It's 3-5-23 Mitcham, 3-3-21 Boronia.
Tight tussle, no goals this term. And we've already gone 12 minutes. Uncontested ruck contest, Suit Sanderson, ground level ball.
Josh May coming off the ground looked a bit ginger there too. Kept Josh.
And it's an over-shoulder free kick going the way of Mitcham.
Looks like a hammy for mine.
Spearing ball into the leading option. No mark for the goal kicker in Johnson. So at ground level, Mitcham Boronia hurry it out, but Mitcham will chop it off through Ali, who's been quite dominant. And now he runs because he knows he's got open space once he stretches his legs. Long ball in, back of the pack, open goal, walk your way in, dodge one, now finish the job. Well done, Maro. He did. God was just waiting for the ball to come off hands, and luckily it came to him. He had a bit to do because he had to get his legs going, and then once he did, the defender tried to get to him on the last line, but he walked around him and dribbled the ball in. There you see the replay. He trips and he's laughing to himself as he dodges. He knows he's going to kick a goal for Mitcham.
Yeah, I don't think, Matt Clark said they went into their shell a little bit. I don't think they've come out of that shell yet. I just don't think they're not playing daring football, Boronia, at the moment. It's very reactionary.
Yeah, and it sort of goes against probably what I've seen of Boronia and the way that they play. So they've really got to figure out how to deal with that, and then they can move forward.
Arundel's clearance is going to be picked off by Rod Ali again. The mark not paid, must have come off hands.
It's making it real easy for someone like Ali to read the play as well.
Yeah, but
it's just that bombing into the
and the thing with Ali too, he's got a long penetrating kick too, which is busting the lines.
Free kick out of this contest.
Not hard to on this ground, let's be honest. It's pretty small.
Yeah.
It is. And you'd back in Luke Hannon from this distance, although the wind is playing a bit of havoc.
So even on the drop of the ball on some of the deliberate kicks, it's actually sounds silly sometimes. It's only a metre drop, but they're not connecting like they would like in set shots, I think.
Luke Hannon looking for the quick reply for the Hawks. Right on the arc, long towards the top of the square. Robertson's got 2 to beat. Ali's there again, and over the line it goes. So minor score, 3-4-22 Boronia, 4-5-29 Mitcham. Almost 15 minutes gone.
Yeah, that ball's still holding up and the breeze going down to the White Horse Road end, so you might just have to kick it a little bit lower.
It's a long ball, Mitcham. Go broadcast side, that's something new. As off hands, Mitcham have got some runners. Short pass on, forward of the play now. Olden grabs it, goes long. He's hoping to get to the goal square. Late on him. Is it downfield? It might just be because Olden, 60 metres out, picks himself up. But it'll be Marrow who's trying to claim the free kick, 10 out, because you're in goal scoring range. Try to be first man there, I would say, if you love a goal.
Well, would you back him in?
Well, he's going to go from pocket, and he's already got the arc suggesting he's going to run inboard and hook it around. Now it's going back
this way.
So what's going on?
This is umpiring by conference, is it? Because
well,
that's where the incident was.
Yeah.
That late incident, so they brought it back.
But
who's
gets
taking
to
the kick?
Well, it's downfield, but maybe because it was in the goal square, they.
I don't think it is a downfield.
No,
they're just rolling it back to where the incident was.
Yeah, I think it's fair, but it seemed like one umpire was thinking it was downfield, and
benefit of the doubt.
The man on the spot said no, it's coming back. Olden got tackled late, but as he kicked was the infringement judged, and his kick went with some wind, and from 60 out he nearly made the distance. Off hands, minor score in the end. Mitcham 4-6-30, lead by 8. Now Boronia 3-4-22.
And let's go down to the boundary, Josh Ward.
Just keeping an eye on Matt Barkis. He does have ice on his ankle, so he might be done for the day.
Josh, keep an eye on Josh May too, number 45 for Mitcham.
Yeah, he came off grabbing at his hamstring. He's just on the interchange bench at the moment. Looks okay at this stage.
Just a nice bit of passage of play from Boronia. That was a daring kick.
Yeah.
But it just broke the line and was able to get the ball into their forward line. They just need to start taking a few more risks now.
And it has certainly gained a lot of territory for him. Church is looking for the potential hold. Hannon wrapped up by Uren. Skipper for the Tigers. We'll get a ball up 55 out from the Mitcham goals. Just the one goal kick from either side in this second term, going the way of Mitcham. Edwards, high kick. Be a hard one to mark. Jamison was involved. Hare, off the right boot, inside 50. Fairchild had Gill to compete with. Robinson underneath it, towards the boundary line. Maguire will see it over. So 4-6-30 Mitcham, Boronia 3-4-22. A Boundary throw in here. Lovell out of the ruck. High kick towards the far side. It's a 1-on-2 in favour of the Hawks. There's Marrow at the back. Handballs it forward. And out of bounds it rolls. Get another stoppage.
Well, I reckon Neil Wynnum will be really happy with the defensive pressure here in the first half. I don't think Mitcham have done too much wrong in restricting Boronia's scoring capabilities.
Hannon goes up against Lovell. Lovell wins position, takes on the tackler, hand passes it off. Kick from his teammate goes straight out on the full. So it's a turnover ball for Boronia at half back. As we wait for the ball to come back to Edwards. Time to read the score as we approach time on. 18.5 minutes gone, second term. It's Mitcham, only one goal they've kicked this quarter to go on to 4-5-29, leading by 7 points. Boronia 3-4-22. It was a 1 point margin at quarter time. Oh, sorry, it's 4-6-30. So it's an 8 point margin over Boronia 3-4-22. And yeah, that was a good 30 seconds for the ball to come back. So I don't know if that's a Mitcham tactic here at Walker Park, but it's slow and deliberate. Arundel looking at options. Now just goes long. It came off his foot wonky. So this will be a disputed ball in the forward line, and it's a free kick as a push-off. The man with the ball for Boronia has been penalised, so handing the ball over Begley will have to give it over to his opponent. And Lovell says, thank you very much. Didn't know much about it, but I'll take the free kick. And he's looking at options left, right, and backwards even. But in these conditions, just go down the line. Smart play. Wing. Flyers go at it. Punch comes in. Ground level. Boronia got the numbers, but the Mitcham player with the ball is happy to take the tackle. So you can see in the background, watching on YouTube or Facebook, the leaves of the trees rustling and blowing quite fiercely. And it's a bit fluky for the players to work out. Well, what a tap out the back. And here goes Mitcham, roving through the wing, but in good position to take the mark was Duke. I think the forwards weren't awake to that play.
So Fletcher Duke out of the back, half looks to switch it towards the broadcast side. Jesse Wren's going to pick this one off for the Tigers.
He hasn't had much to do, Uran. Hasn't been in the play much.
Here he goes inside, puts it up towards the hot spot. Olden picked up nicely off the right boot towards goal, and it's just to the right, so a minor score. Moves Mitcham to 4-7-31. Boronia 3-4-22. 20.5 minutes gone in this second term.
Well, they've had the better of the quarter, Mitcham. They probably want to be at least 15 points up at half time.
Godwin's kick in, finds Arundel. Probably the biggest recruit for the Hawks this season. With no Mellis out there today, he's certainly going to be vital if the Hawks are to go and win this game. Here's Lovell. Uran involved. Hannon. Uran gets his kick away. It was smothered there by Arundel. Just got the hands off in time. As this ball comes back, the kick from Hare was smothered. And we're going to get a stoppage.
Mitcham are just set up so well here, making it so hard for Boronia to move that ball forward.
Porter must be tough. Harry Bird just lined him up with a fair hip and shoulder. Here goes Porter again. Speak of the devil. Takes on the tackler, throws the ball in the tackle, and Hannon wrapped him up. Josh Hannon's got the free kick at half back. So not only a fine ruckman at ground level, he's very valuable for the Hawks. Kick was dangerous, but Ali bumped into the back of his opponent, Duncanson. They're playing advantage, which ain't much, but it might fall their way. Burgess, Robertson and Hudson in the end share it.
Actually, the umpire actually didn't call advantage either umpire there.
Well, I think Jamison was running onto it, so everyone thought, oh, we'll give him a chance.
I think the umpire presumed they were going to give the advantage, I think.
And it came into the back of the pack where body work was nice by Robertson. Hudson rushed his kick, missed it to the right, minor score in the end. 8 point lead for Mitcham, 31 plays 23. Kick out now off half back. They get the free kick, long ball by Porter. He's trying and hoping for his goal kicker in Johnson. He bounces up, gets it to Uran. Uran loads it from 40. Whistle, mark on the line anyway. And the free kick mark, whatever you like to call.
He's paying something.
Is it coming back? This may not be advantageous to the Tigers. But the umpire on the spot, 40 metres, talks to his teammate, his other umpire, and says, give the mark, free kick down ground to Lachlan.
Just seen two nice quick passages of play. First from Boronia getting the ball into their forward line, and the same from Mitcham on the way back, which has led into opportunity.
It was 2 metres inboard. The hook around never hooked. Misses to the right. That's a let-off for Boronia. Now a 9-point margin for Mitcham, 4-8-32 to Boronia, 3-5-23.
Gonna have to move the ball quickly in order to get the ball into their forward line here.
Yeah, certainly right, as Godwin will take the kick in here for the Hawks. 23 and a half minutes gone, second term. Finds Lucannon.
Fortune favours the bold there.
So Hannon, the short option, finds him, and that's Jamison.
What, this kid?
One of the youngest players on the ground. Darcy Jamison puts it towards Josh Hannon.
He'll be a vote catcher because you can certainly notice him when he's in and about.
I think he played very well at the North Ringwood game
off ball free kick here. Going the way of the Tigers. You can hear a few vocal Boronia supporters right in front of us not liking that one. There you go, Division 4 for next week, apparently, as Uran. Forward, bouncing ball, Olden fell up for him nicely, got the handballs off to Johnson. Johnson wrapped up, just got it off in time, but stolen away there by Arundel. Arundel off to Godwin, to White. White under a lot of pressure, his kick was smothered. Here's Guy Lachlan, walks into an open goal, his kick was smothered. Great defensive act there, could have been Corey Burgess, missed who got the smother, but an important one there because the Tigers looked like they were going to walk into an easy goal.
The one thing, they're not playing with any poise at the moment here, Boronia. They look a bit rust. They look a bit. They look out of sync here. They just can't get their game style going here.
The kick out, the running kick out goes out to Duncanson. Marks it at half back. Short pass. Good deliberate play here going forward to Begley. Begley looks into the middle. Who was he looking for? Even the shock of the Mitcham player Sanderson. He spilt it in the middle. Walker Park. Uncontested mark as well. And he punches the ground in dejection as Boronia win a free kick from that era. Oh. Now run down! It's going to be holding the ball. The player through the middle, Olden.
I actually thought it hit his boot.
Well, the tackle from the this looks not so good. Sorry to spill my words there, but I'm worried about the player here, Boronia. He's really in a bad way. We probably see that now. The players around him are concerned. I was going to talk about the play, but let's think about the Boronia player. Just in a Ryan, if you can help me identify.
Yeah, I believe that's Charlie Lavender. So yeah, certainly in a bad way. So
he's barely moved. They've put him now on his side just to make sure he's safe.
Yep.
The stretcher's coming out, and the rundown tackle was a great one in terms of football, but for the players' welfare, we hope for the best and hope that he can recover as quick as possible.
Josh Ward down at boundary level might be able to confirm that. That's Charlie Lavender.
Yeah, it is Charlie Lavender. So Boronia, I reckon at this stage they're going to be 2 down on the bench with Matthew Barkers not returning to the field as well.
It was, certainly a couple of players there alerting to the trainers immediately. So,
well, the Mitcham player was in a no-win situation there. He had, 9 times out of 10, you go and you've got to make that tackle.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the football aspect
the tackle
of
was actually a very, very good tackle. Just
and I understand that the Boronia players are a little bit upset that their player went down, but there was nothing. I didn't think.
No. I think that was a health and awareness thing there by the players around him because they were worried if he's knocked out that he, in terms of medical attention, you don't want him to have a swallow his tongue or anything too severe. Yeah. So I think they wanted medical attention as quick as possible and not worried about tackles or anything like that. The play was that the kick-in board was a spilt mark, uncontested by Mitcham.
Yeah.
It went down at ground level, free kick against Mitcham in the end. So Boronia thought they were up and running with the hand pass received by Lavender. He didn't know Olden was sprinting from the centre forward to run him down. And in the rundown, the process is he's either hit the ground or buckled under the tackle, and he's potentially unconscious and not in the best obviously not in the best state of health. We concern is for him. The players now come into their own respective huddles, Mitcham and Boronia. The medical staff, if the family are listening, are on the spot. We do hope for the best. We trust people here. The scoreboard as we approach half-time, it might be very close to half-time, is Mitcham 4-9-33 to Boronia 3-5-23. It's been a great contest, but we'll take a moment to reflect on all that's just happened.
Yeah, definitely, and it is obviously pushing half-time here, 28 minutes gone. An update out at Zerby's Reserve, the Eagles are in front there, 5-7-37 to the Lions, 5-2-32. So they've kicked they've kicked 2 goals, 6-0 in this second term as Boronia look to come across to right in front of Matt Clark, the senior coach, on the boundary line, as it will take obviously a bit of time here with the stretcher on the field. So Clarkie will just address the boys at the moment, while looks like Mitch Johnson has got the boys in the middle for the Mitcham point of view and having a bit of a chat as they just reassess here. And
well, I just, Ryan, just on a purely football philosophically, this can be quite disturbing for a team emotionally to cope with seeing a close level and an injury to their teammate. This could affect them poorly, and I think if we hope the medical situation is under control, but this disruption might not suit either side, and it might rattle a few players.
Yeah, it's hard to know how that's going to factor in, and obviously, I mean, from a game point of view, where we sit at the moment, I know it's 10 points, Emily, but does feel like Mitcham have probably controlled, or not necessarily controlled, but probably had more of the play in this quarter. And even then, you know, they're probably pushing Boronia into some, or forcing them into some turnovers that they usually wouldn't make.
Yeah, well, that last couple of minutes there with Boronia, it's probably the first time I've seen this quarter that they were actually able to play what I would deem as their style of football. So Mitcham, as I said multiple times today, they've been setting up really, really well, which has given Boronia not many options to kick to. So having to go that long down the line, which isn't their style of play. So it's very, unfortunate. We've got a couple of minutes left in this quarter, and Boronia was starting to probably get a bit more of their way of playing.
Yeah, definitely. And just having a look now, still in the middle, the stretch is obviously out, but unfortunately we don't know how this will all play out. So bear with us, of course, if you're watching on from Facebook and YouTube. This Division 1 clash approaches half-time.
In other sports, sorry to budge in on it, the referee could say in another sport, just call the half-time and just take control. I would actually like it if we could sort of intervene. I know there's no rules in place, but if we could blow the siren, get the teams in the sheds and restart later, I just think us waiting around is probably not advantageous to anyone.
Well, given it'd be 30 seconds to a minute, really, when it was 28-minute mark, I think it was.
Yep.
From a conditioning perspective, and it's cold and it's wet, and then they've got to deal with that mental aspect of it for not a very big period of play. Very, very hard to come back onto the field in this sort of circumstance to actually play at your best. It's probably going to be a lot of slow footy for the next couple of minutes until they can actually reconvene at half-time, and then we'll see how the game plays out.
Well, bear in mind that it is a free kick to Mitcham.
Yes.
So the free kick is at the point of where the player's down. So we won't be restarting with attention at, and we'll go boundary side for more comment from Josh.
Well, I should say the inter player Charlie Lavender is moving at the moment, and
that's a good sign.
Having a little bit of order as well. So hopefully sometime soon he's able to be stretched off. But that is very positive signs indeed, right?
I sort of like that rule. I actually think Gav, that's probably not a bad idea, I reckon.
Yeah.
Being able, I reckon the league should maybe look at that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, maybe the coaches can come to agreement and just wave to the umpire and say, we're happy to end the half, because then no one can come on Monday and say, hey, we didn't ask for you to do this.
No.
Maybe if there was a coach's call, captain's call, where they could go, you know what, we're waiting for 5 minutes to restart play and there's only 2 minutes to go. I'm happy to go into the sheds.
Yep.
Let's get the best attention we can and focus on the player.
We've got Josh Water on the boundary again.
I think they might be calling half-time because the goal umpires are coming in, so I reckon half-time is just about to get underway.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do.
Well, I think what we might do, Lee, we might just go to a break. Obviously, you're still on the live stream, and we'll take a break here and we'll be back shortly. But at the moment, play is stopped with 33 minutes into this second quarter. 4-9-33 Mitcham, 3-5-23 Boronia. As Charlie Lavender now on the stretcher, so we might just hold for a second as this...
Okay.
So did see him sit up, which I would hope to be a good sign, but good.
Well, there's a good sign. He's moving.
Good to see he's moving, which is great. And
Is this like a concussion, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. It looked like the head hit the ground. So
yeah, I reckon clean tackle, just
Boronia team,
hard hit.
Whole Boronia team running over as well to see him off.
Bit of a guard of honour by Mitcham. Well played.
Yep.
Yeah, well, it's good to see. Obviously, I can't remember who actually had the tackle now, but there was no malice or anything in that. It was just an unfortunate instance. So our thoughts are with Charlie Lavender as he comes off the ground on the stretcher. We'll wait for a moment as we find out what happens here.
We're back in action.
We're going back to action.
I believe there's only about 28 seconds left in the quarter.
There you go. So,
to my mind, anyway.
So is that a long down the line kick? Is that how we're going to play on?
Straight out of the middle.
So Charlie went down around the 27-minute mark.
Yep.
So we're now at the 34. Are they going to add 5 minutes?
Well,
do you think
sorry?
they'll? Well,
no, the timekeeper was indicating there's only 28 seconds left in the quarter.
Okay.
So the ball's actually coming up towards centre half forward, and I think there was an actual incident after that where Oldham may have been knocked down and given the 25-metre penalty. So he's in range for a set shot from here now.
In the little brawl that happened.
Yes, yeah. We sort of missed all of that or
Right.
forgotten about it.
Had a
6
shot on
minutes
goal.
ago. So this is a big opportunity now for Mitcham.
Yeah.
You imagine being Charlie Lavender looking back at the footage and going, that was a goal there.
As Olden comes in from the arc looking for his first as a Tiger.
Oh.
And it's
That is
through the
heartbreaking.
middle. It's disappointing for the Hawks. For Mitcham, it's a handy goal. 5-9-39 to Boronia, 3-4-22. So
We did say 15 points up. Would
yeah,
be,
and there's 17.
Would be helpful.
Yeah, I thought on the balance of play, I think Mitcham probably deserve a lead.
I've got mixed emotions about that. I feel for the player, but Mitcham sensing that they needed to come together as a team and celebrate a moment because Olden ran down his opponent and he delivered with the kick, so they wanted to celebrate with Olden. But here goes Fairchild, rove the ruck, hand pass over, trying to get a go forward for Arundel. Now long ball, it's in the hands, and another shot at goal will happen before half-time. It's Robertson for Boronia. It's all happening now as the siren goes.
That is how Boronia plays football. So they need more moments of that.
Absolutely.
Fairchild getting involved, gets it over to Arundel. Arundel gets through congestion, and Robertson leading into the pocket. Can he convert? This will be a moment where Boronia can come together and celebrate. Half-time.
That was 30 seconds of football.
Yes.
It's been a big 10 minutes here at Walker Park. Robertson from the pocket. It's just a letdown for Boronia. Minus score. Half-time here at Walker Park. Round 1. Division 1 Sunday football, EFNL. It's Mitcham 5-9-39 hosting Boronia, leading by 15, 3-6-24. We've had a lot go on. It's time to go to a break on YouTube and Facebook. We'll be back with more soon for the second half in this game.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Walker Park. Mitcham taking on Boronia. The Tigers 5-9-39 to Boronia, 3-5, 23, 16-point lead. In fact, 3-6, 24 on the scoreboard, 15-point lead. Is that right? Yeah, it is. There you go. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Josh Ward here at halftime. Josh, obviously, very interesting first quarter. It was a little bit back and forth. The second quarter, the scoring dried up, and then right at the end, of course, if you're watching on the YouTube live stream, Charlie Lavender unfortunately going down in the middle of the ground. Looked like it was a head knock on the ground from the tackle. So our thoughts are with him at the moment. He was stretched off. Obviously, so they're at least one down. There was another injury to Barkas, which we think was an ankle injury. Yeah. So they could be down two. The Hawks, there's a question mark on May. I don't know, did he return to the field, Josh May, after going down?
He didn't return, and he had ice on his hamstring as well, so he's done for the day. So 2 for Boronia and 1 down for Mitcham. And the May loss particularly hurts because he's obviously come back from the VFL, has had his injury concerns the last couple of years. So, but obviously Boronia copping the brunt of it with obviously no Barkas and no Charlie Lavender, unfortunately. And I didn't... I was focused on the ball after the entire Charlie Lavender incident, and I just saw him laying there on the ground, and he didn't move really for 4 to 5 minutes. So it was a positive sign that he did move and was able to get on the stretcher. But our thoughts are with him and his family as well. Yeah,
absolutely. We wish him all the best. We'll give you any updates, of course, if we do receive those. So at the moment, obviously, that last 5 minutes, pretty chaotic. That happens, and then we come back with 30 to 40 seconds left on the clock. The free kick from the tackle was actually a 25-metre penalty as well for something that happened after. I actually missed it, but Alden comes forward just on the forward 50 arc. Big goal for him. That would be his first as a Tiger, which was an important one into the context of the game too, because Mitcham probably dominated more of that second term, but only had the one goal to show for it. So they get that little bit of an extra buffer. Goes down to 15-point lead, and then Boronia with a quick clearance almost got one back themselves through Robertson, but it was just a behind. So pretty wild last 30 seconds of the game.
Entertaining, very entertaining to say the least. Everyone down on ground level was enthralled and confused as I was. But it was certainly a first half dominated by Mitcham. I thought they did a really good job in the first quarter because I thought they were kicking against the breeze at that stage, but it's been swirling around Walker Park, and it's still favouring the old scoreboard end of Walker Park, but at times it's going to the far side or the Dunleavin Road wing of Walker Park. There was a brief moment where it was favouring Mitcham in that first quarter, but they have done really well and somewhat pressed home their advantage in that second quarter. I think they'll be a little disappointed they're not up by much more, though, because the breeze, when it picks up, it's certainly going to be handy for Boronia in the third quarter, but equally handy for the Tigers in the last quarter.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see how that all plays out. Of course, we've got one other game at Zerby's Reserve today, and we mentioned that scoreline. That is a half-time scoreline. So Vermont 5-7-37 leading Doncaster East 5-2-32. 5-point lead, but they kept Doncaster East scoreless in that second term, but probably didn't capitalise themselves. They kicked 2 goals 6, did the Eagles. Just on our little Survivor competition that we put together on the podcast, Ray actually tipped Doncaster East as his certainty. So I might have this competition locked up after 1 week, which would just be extraordinary and terrible on you lot. But very interesting to see how that...
I don't know if you heard Brash before.
Well, I didn't. I can't hear him off air, but the second half's going to be important over at Zerby's, Josh, because... Lions a bit of hype around them at the pre-season. We didn't know what to expect out of them, so that's a game we probably thought they might win. Still only at half-time, so still plenty to go, but we'll keep an eye on that one.
We'll keep a very close eye because I will be disappointed as well. I said on the podcast, they are a much stronger side on paper, but it's all up in the mental side of things. If they don't win this game, then those mental demons might come back against the Vermont side, who they did knock off in their last meeting at Zerby's Reserve as well. So we certainly will keep a very close eye on that game. And even if they do win, I still think it'd probably be a close victory. I was thinking they'd win by 4 or 5 goals, but if Vermont do restrict them to that 5-goal barrier with a young lineup, it looks like, they'd be very happy with that. Matt Adolph will be pretty happy with that as well, I reckon.
Yeah, and back here at Walker Park, a 15-point lead to the Tigers. You tipped Mitcham coming into this game. Are you pretty confident with that going in this second half? What do you expect out of particularly this third quarter? I
still think it's 50-50. I think what helps Mitcham is the fact that Boronia are 2 players down on the bench and they'll have the breeze in the final quarter. Boronia, they need to build a buffer in the third quarter because, again, they're kicking with the breeze. Who knows, maybe the adrenaline might be pumping through them and will be looking to get on top of the contest, particularly given they're kicking to what I think is the scoring end of Walker Park. If they don't get on top, then I'm a bit more confident, but I still think we're in for a close contest and most likely a scrappy game, just given it is tricky to navigate out here at Walker Park. And similar to the last time those two met in 2019.
Geez, your memory's good if you remember that game back in 2019. That's 7 years ago. I think you've got a bit of an identical memory when it comes to.
No, I just remember the scoreline. I just remember the scoreline, and I'm assuming it would have been scrappy because it's at East Burwood as well. I'm pretty sure. So, unfortunately, I do have.
Amazing that you remember that. I certainly couldn't do that myself. Before we go to an ad break, we also do have been treated to Joe's Iced Tea, which you would have seen on the Facebook socials, of course, for the EFNL, the iced tea sponsor of the league. How's it tasting? What have you got? You've got the mango lemonade.
It's actually not too bad, I must admit, the mango lemonade.
I've got the berry lemonade, and I'm a bit of a sugar fiend, so 48 grams of sugar for me, it's beautiful.
Hopefully we can get them to sponsor a sec. Maybe we can get them to sponsor the furnace on a
nothing. We don't touch that Blake segment.
I have asked, of course, for a sugar-free. So
yes, we'll follow up on that because... yeah, very, very good. I love the blue lemonade. So keep an eye on those. They're from Philadelphia as well, Josh. So very, very good. I don't know what Brush is saying off here, but
get a Joe's into you.
All right. Well, that's
Yo, Joe.
I agree with him.
That's a halftime segment. Thanks to Joe's Lemonade. We're going to go to our break here, and when we're back, we'll bring back the call team for the second half. It's the Tigers, 5-9-39, leading the Hawks, 3-6-24.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL Game Day Sunday, round 1 for Division 1 in Nuttawading. Walker Park, Mitcham versus Boronia. Half-time score, Mitcham 5-9-39, leading Boronia 3-6-24. High drama just before half-time with the concussion injury to Lavender. 25-metre penalty from holding the ball decision, which was incidental, converted by Olden to push the margin out. Late after the siren shot by Robinson only closed the gap by a point. So as we stand, Mitcham lead Boronia by 15 points. As we go around the grounds, I'll just check the EFNL app.
5-7 to 5-2 at half-time, Gav, between Vermont and Doncaster East.
Thanks, Brash. And it's probably time now as we hear the siren to get the players to come to the middle and re-engage for term 3. We'll get your take on what's to come.
Well, it was alluded. The boys alluded to the fact that Boronia going to need a buffer at three-quarter time, right, to try and have something to defend in the last quarter. If Mitcham are going to go with the so-called breeze. Well, if Mitcham in front by 15, and I reckon Boronia are going to need at least 15 points, they need to kick 5 goals to zip in this quarter. At the moment, I don't see Boronia kicking 5 goals in this quarter, Gav. You know what I mean? The way that the game is being played. Plus the fact they're going to be 2 down on rotations. Admittedly, Mitcham will also be down on at least 1 rotation. But I think Boronia will have to try and change something right that's going to be a little bit different to catch Mitcham off guard in the second half, Emily.
Well, we did see, like I said, in that last probably minute or so, but just before the incident, they were playing the Boronia style of football, and if they can capitalise on that and they can get the ball into their forward line, they'll be able to convert. And so it's just, if they need a glimmer of hope, first couple of minutes, they play the way that they want to play, they come out of their shell, then they're good as gold.
Centre half forward is probably the problem child position played at Mitcham. Centre, it's a really hard position to play here because of the smallness of the ground. Would you be... I would actually consider throwing Begley in the midfield for 5-10 minutes, Gav.
I'll change one up on you. The swingman Collins. He goes. Sometimes he goes where the ball is because there's not a place where he can find the ball coming to him. He is tall, but he can run. I just think you're talking about Begley being strength. I think Collins has got the run. It'd be interesting to see if he goes with Hannon. We go ground level for Josh.
Well, Begley is starting in the midfield this first centre bounce stoppage. Brash, you all right?
Yeah, it's interesting. Hannon, Begley, Arundel, and I think the other
Arundel
is
was playing on a wing in the first half. So it almost feels like that Matt Clark has just said, okay, I'm going with me big guns here. I've got to try and change something here to get us back into the contest. And this is as good a midfield or starting lineup that Boronia are going to get, considering what they've got at the moment on the bench.
Just having a look at the way the Boronia players are talking to each other in that centre half forward role, I reckon they're going to roll probably a fifth and a sixth midfielder up once the ball goes up and just put a bit of pressure on Mitcham. And then what that'll do is it'll open up some more space in this really small ground for the forwards to work in.
One of Boronia's biggest strengths over the years is the fact that they've had more than four. They've always run a 6 to 8 midfield rotation. And that's been their strength. Let's see what happens in this third quarter, guys. Take it away.
So we're ready to go for the third quarter here. Here's Begley, first to get hands to the footy. He was wrapped up high. He'll get himself a free kick against Guy Lachlan. So Josh Begley, as mentioned, straight into the guts of this third term. Long kick in the direction of Robertson, who's out the back. Picked up nicely by Jamison for the first of the third term. What a start for the Hawks.
There we go. That's the space that they needed.
Jamison gets his second of the day, and the Hawks move to 4-6-30, 5-9-39.
Yeah, well, centre clearances are going to be even more important in this second half. Any clean ball that you're going to get, and you can put to your forwards' advantage, it's going to give you a really good scoring opportunity. Because I don't think it's going to happen in general ground play.
Just to update you, important news for the family of Charlie Lavender and all fans of football in general, but Boronia, he's now in the ambulance and he's getting the best of attention. We hope for all the best for Lavender. Now another clearing kick for Edwards. Gets Boronia second inside 50, inside a minute of this third term. Mitcham under pressure. Hand pass goes out wide. Now they're pushed off as kicked, so it'll be a chopped off ball. Church looking forward. He's got underneath it. Hudson couldn't get it. Jamison knocks it up as he dives for the ball, but he knocks it into the hands of a Tiger. But again, the wall's set up, and Boronia, they're right in it through Church. Hands it off. Now long ball inside 50. Jamison, the small man, might be the marking option. He comes for the punch. Harley goes in, takes on the tackler, and Mitcham are under the pump early in this third term. Boronia setting up nicely to get it straight back in.
Yeah, they're doing exactly what Mitcham were doing to them in the first half of the game. So they're set up real well. So the ball's just coming back and forth into their forward 50. Really great opportunity for them to spread out a little bit more and then use the space to be able to get another goal.
Holding ball against White.
The old choppers.
You love it.
One of your favourites, Gav.
Yes, I laugh every time you say it.
As we go down the line, here's Daniel Wex. Takes the intercept mark here for the Hawks. Wex kicks forward and finds that man with the big teeth. There's White.
We go just on top of the goal square into the cage.
And inside 50, Duncanson was the leading target. Jamison out the back. Wrapped up this time by two Tigers, not going anywhere. So a great start to this third term for Boronia. They trail this game by 9 points. Hannon wrapped up, and we'll get another ball up
Harry Burgess is coordinating his back line there. They've got Hannon just rolling out, number 17, as that tall for an intercept.
So we'll keep an eye on that if there's a quick kick out of this back half from the Tigers. This ball's still not going anywhere just yet.
I mean, the Tigers will have an extra in the mid. Oh, no, in the contest, sorry.
Tap down, Guy Lachlan. That should be holding the ball just about. Didn't dispose of it. Duvalin wrapped up by Begley. Still play on. Jamison got his hands off just, and he's been pinged for holding the ball. Stiff. That's a free kick, but I thought the two prior probably were free kicks as well. So, geez, they're probably lucky there, the Tigers.
Mitch Johnson calling for it, long down the line. I want a big kick here.
And a 25-metre penalty as well.
There we go.
A long kick down the line. Lovell amongst the pack. Out the back is Church. Church wrapped up, and we're 55 out from the Mitcham goals now.
And the umpire wasn't in for a conversation after his decision as he marched Tigers forward. They get to half forward, but the defence holding up nicely for Boronia. Get it out of that stoppage. Get it to the wing. And no clear possession. One for either side. It's gone out of bounds. Dunlaven Road wing. Great start from Boronia. Straight out of the middle, they scored a goal, and now they're peppering with opportunities. They'll get another go with an over-the-shoulder free kick. Kick inboard, finds Duncanson. Quick play on to Chompers White. He takes on the tacklers, and he didn't make the right decision. Not a Colgate decision, that one, as it's going to be a turnover free kick holding the ball.
Here's Barnes on the far side of Walker Park. Long kick inside 50 amongst the pack. The mark has been paid. And the Tigers are going to have a set shot on goal. Looks like that might be Cam Olden again, who kicked his first of the game on the eve of the halftime siren.
This is exactly what Boronia don't want here, because they've controlled the opening 5 minutes here.
Yeah, this one certainly would be hurt. It's not going to quite go the distance. Punched over the line for a minor score. So that moves Mitcham to 5-10-40. Boronia 4-6-30.
Definitely impeding the kicking distance by about 10 metres there. Godwin will take the kick-in duties. He's looking for shorts. He might be best just to run out and then try to get some yardage. He goes straight down the middle. I hope for his sake, he finds a teammate. Begley tried to help him out. Couldn't put firm hands wrapped around it. But at ground level, they're good. Now Boronia go towards Robertson and half forward, leading to it. Late spoil in over the top. Was great defence. Well done to Nicholas to come in and spoil. And it's out of bounds, half forward. That's how quick the transition can be. Well, it was a dangerous option to go straight down the middle, but sometimes the risk and reward is worth the chance.
I think that's the assertive pressure that Boronia are needing, though. If we can get the ball into their forward line and they can convert, they'll be in a good spot.
Hannon just tries to lean his tap from waist height down to a teammate, but at ground level, the Tigers first hands on it through Goulding, hands it back to the umpire, have another ball up, and he'll have another because he saw a tackle fly in and he was like, that's not going to go nowhere. It's best in my hands for now. Get it going as quick as possible. Hannon takes on the ball out of the ruck, tackled. He was lucky that hand pass was not perceived as holding the ball against him. Ground level scrap for the ball, in out tight. Duvalin gets a clearing kick, but there's the numbers again. Boronia dropped the mark, so they won't take possession at half-back. Off hands and feet it goes, going towards Mitcham. Are they hoping just to get it open through the hand pass, and the tackle is holding the ball in the end. It wasn't much of a tackle, but the player wasn't doing much with the ball at ground level, and Mitcham get a relieving free kick, go down the wing. Begley late, comes in, hands down. He saw an opponent in front of him, so he sort of said, if I don't mark it, at least gets hands, hoping that Jude could run onto it, but he was wrapped up.
So ball up on the far side out here at Walker Park, bursting through his Fairchild. It can probably just about go for home. Damon Fairchild to the left. Not a bad attempt, but just a minor score. 4-7-31, Boronia 5-10-40, Mitcham.
It's all, they can lock it in here.
It's all square, it's Irby's.
Out is Doncaster's. Vermont. Long kick out of the line. Jesse Uren in front position. Takes the mark. So Uren looking for Lachlan. Bounced just ahead of him. Picked up nicely there by Curtis. Got the handball back. Now they're streaming forward. The kick by Goulding towards goal is a fantastic one.
It just blows my mind that is 2 kicks away. That is such a small ground.
But the thing is, he took the wind out of it by keeping the ball low, but just enough to make sure that it cleared the playing group.
Yeah, the execution of those trigger kicks is they're going to be very, very handy in a game like today.
Yeah, and I love the umpire's movement there. Did you see that? He leant. Oh, well, I'm doing there's no camera on me,
yes, yeah.
but he had his hips still and his body was moving with the ball like a dance move.
I'm sure we could get the camera on just for that little.
I don't think the viewers need to
demo.
see that though. 6'10", 46 to 4'7", 31.
He saw it go through the middle. Here goes Goulding again. Just kicks from the ruck. Tap down. Long ball to 30 out. Danger again for Boronia, but they got the numbers. Was there a trip? And the umpire sees the free kick going to the defender, and Godwin's happy to take the kick. But he did have help anyway from his teammate on the last line. He's looking for short options. I wouldn't mind him just...
Oh.
Well, he's run down! He didn't know what was going on. Open goal, finished off, and it's that man again for his third, Johnson. And he lost the plot, did Godwin. He was looking around for options, took a step. The umpire must have called play on because here he comes again, Olden, the rundown tackle. He's like sniffs opportunities for rundowns. And Robert and Johnson on the spot. It's a goal out of nothing.
Got a score at Zerby's, Doncaster East, 9-2-56, leading firm on 6-8-44.
So after a really good start to the quarter from the Hawks, the Tigers have kicked 2 quick ones and suddenly the margin out to 21 points. As we're back in the middle again.
They've got it all to do here at the moment, Boronia.
Mitcham have a defensive triangle. Oh, no, they don't. Oh, yes, they do.
So back in the middle, Lovell gets a tap down. Edwards, Hare, off to Arundel. Gets past 1, gets past 2, gets a handball away just in time. Hannon's got a lot of Tigers around him. The ball's going to be held up here. About 55 out then. There was a bit of push and shove. Off ball, another free kick off ball. It's going the Tigers' way. They'll go towards the wing. They'll move this quickly, but it's going to be called back towards the middle of the ground. It is a Mitcham free kick, and it looks like it will be Lachlan Curtis to take the kick.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but Mitcham got a fair bit of the whistle when they needed it today. Like, the scraps have been against, and maybe I'll just say Boronia have been undisciplined.
Yeah, I think they've probably got a few lucky ones as ABS. Down the line to Lachlan. They moved this forward. The kick there was smothered. That was Rebecca's kick. Big ball to be won here. Holding the ball, not quite. Ball comes out. Hare. And just waiting for the decision here from the umpire.
Another off the ball this time. It's again Mitcham.
Tigers way again.
Oh, we're getting frustrated on that too.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it's going in the direction of Hudson Goulding, who's been very good this quarter. Big opportunity here for Mitcham. Goulding towards the top of the square. It's a 3-on-2 in favour of the Hawks. Ball across the line. Not quite. Johnson's there. Did he get boot to ball? I think he did. He likes it.
He's got a
goal
convincing
umpire
celebration.
Wants to have a chat here with the field umpire. He liked it. And this will be controversial one way or the other. We'll have a look at the replay shortly, but
Let's see what ALM can
it
get
was
for
touched,
us.
so the call there was a touch behind. We might not see the replay because Jake Godwin might
you got four
move this on quickly.
You got 4 Boronia players staring you down, making sure you try to make the right decision.
Godwin not mucking around. Now goes the hand pass receive under a heap of pressure. He kicks it as quick as possible. He is a bit harassed and harangued at the moment. Is Godwin. He kicks it out on the full.
They seem to have lost their composure and poise here, Boronia. They're just not able to find any rhythm in ball movement.
I like his attitude, dash and dare, but Godwin has been run down a couple of times or tackled as he's meaning to kick, and it's going against Boronia. Mitcham have capitalised on some great forward pressure, and again it's in their forward line. 22-point lead, the scoreboard. It's clear in the screen as you watch what is a great contest. but it's a 22-point margin as the Tigers go again. The short pass was too short. Uren picks it up. He's been tackled to the ground. It's going to be holding the ball.
No.
Fairchild picks it up.
No,
it's going to be play on.
No, it's around the neck. Umpire's paid a high tackle on Uren.
Well, Fairchild was off to the races and gone, and now he has to come back to the finishing post and give it back to Uren.
Only problem with Fairchild running that far forward, there was no other options for him.
Kick goes to a hot spot, doesn't suit anyone in particular. Hits Porter, dancing, smothered ball. Harassed and pressured his Church. He just hand passes, hoping for a teammate to help him out. He's been tackled to the ground. Here they go again. Marrow hand pass received close to the line. Did or didn't want to keep it in. Well, he went out, but he's been played on is the call. It's been marked and play on by that man in Johnson. He's a man on the spot. He's an energy bunny, but he misses. Lots of lots happening when he's around.
Seen some glimpses of why he's been a 5 times leading goal kicker.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very exciting up forward. There's Godwin to take the kick in again for the Hawks. It's a dangerous one. Barton Smith had a bit of it. Laid the tackle on Duke. Umpire said it was high, so Fletcher Duke here at centre-half back for the Hawks.
And by the way, there was no way that Marrow kept that ball in before.
Yeah, agrees. Duke goes forward. It's all Tigers, but they compete with one another. Lovell still ends up with the footy. Short kick forward. Bit of work for Josh Hannon to do here for the Hawks. Had plenty of players around him in a yellow and black. Edwards with the clearing kick. No mark taken, so it's a chance here for Josh Begley if it gets onto it. Well done, Maguire. Did very well, Rod Ali, and bumped across the line by Fairchild, and will get a boundary throw in. Right in front of us, broadcast side, 7-12-54 Mitcham, 4-7-31 Boronia. Tigers have kicked the last 2 goals of this game.
Stays at the back, there we go.
Well, there's a chance, a Rundle. Goal square empty until that man gets there just in time. Riley Nicholas to take the mark and has a short target in Gill.
Gill sees an option forward, ninth drag in, no mark in the end as Silvagi, as he has to take on a tackler and wrapped up just as it was about to unwrap a forward chance. None prevail.
Game's really opened up for Mitcham. They've been able to do a lot more run and carry and get the ball into their forward line and transition out. It's putting so much more pressure on Boronia. The game's about skill, don't get me wrong, but there's also a bit of a mindset to it as well. And when you're in this kind of position, really hard to get out of.
In ground level, they're trying to share the way in tight. Now the kick goes forward. Boronia spilled mark ground level. Can the Tigers capitalise? Hand pass again. Goulding, a receiver who gets it going forward. Lachlan now with the locks flowing, runs into an open goal, 45 metres out. Didn't calculate that the wind would take it offline, and it misses to the left. 7-13, 55. 4-goal lead in effect. Boronia 4-7-31. 15 minutes gone, third term.
What do Boronia need to do here in order to get that ball up to the other end?
Well, you're right, because they've been real struggling. Oh, big fly over the top. Jamison ended up with it, got the handball off to Duke. Duke now inside 50. It's a one-on-one Robertson to beat, and he does it.
Is that the answer? Long down the line?
Long down the line. Maybe that's your...
Keep it simple.
And
won't say the last bit.
As Riley Nicholas had front position, but Robertson judged it well and used his body. And a must-kick goal, I reckon, here for the Hawks, because...
Must kick.
The Tigers just been on top in the last 5 or 6 minutes. So Ben Robertson still looking for his first of the afternoon. Known goal kicker. Robertson comes in. Kick on the way, it's good. Robinson gets a much needed one for the Hawks. They now move to 5-7-37 to 7-13-55, and it was long down the line, Emily, and it just worked out for him that time.
The first time.
Yes.
And a good couple of attempts there.
Well, they've had a few kick-ins. 7-13 Mitcham have kicked.
I wonder how many of those have come back and forth.
Doncaster East 11-2-68, leading Vermont 8-8-56 at Zerby's this afternoon in Premier Division.
Some great football. You get a sense that if Boronia could clean up some possession around the middle of the ground, that they could go inside 50 and be dangerous, but it just hasn't happened for them yet. So I'm not giving up in terms of this being a great contest. We'll see what Hannon can do in the middle. Does win the tap down. Lachlan doesn't finish up going with it because the tackle by Church stripped him of the ball. He has to take on a tackler himself. And that was a great tackle by Barton Smith. Ball up, forward of the circle for the Tigers. Hannon got knocked over in the ruck contest. The ground level again. Barton Smith, well, he tried to take on one, stepped inside, got tackled, holding the ball as it hit the ground. And now it will be a long kick inside 45, a push off Edwards, and it's seen against him. It was so obvious, unfortunately for him. He was trying to work his way into being able to be a marker, but great body position by his opponent. Outsmarted him, Lachlan. Well, he took the step, but he's been run down by Edwards, but he's come inside the protected zone to be the tackler. So he'll be marched forward, Lachlan. We've got to, when he plays on in front of his mark, there's no protected zone. You'd suggest the ball inside 45. Tigers heaping on the pressure. Goulding ground by the ball. That's got to be holding the ball because it was dropped in the tackle. And Boronia thankful for that.
Well, the one thing that Guy Lachlan has played he's had a really good game, and he's actually really helped Uren in the midfield. Jesse Uren was the main go-to man this year, but he's really Lachlan's really providing a really good chop out for him here.
Yeah, probably played more forward a couple of years ago, but I like the move into the midfield for him. Nathan Hare, centre wing far side, out here at Walker Park. Getting some texts from some angry Hawk supporters at the moment come through.
So am I.
My phone, I can see him in the grandstand texting that through.
What's the sentiment?
Oh, I can't say this. So.
No.
Oh, can you paraphrase, I mean?
Oh, well, we'll talk about that a little bit later off air, but the Tigers in possession in the back half of the ground.
I've got an imagination, I'll work it out.
Yeah, some early letters of the alphabet probably as the ball goes towards the far side. Burgess up to Arundel under a bit of pressure. Goes back, looking for Wex. Burgess is there, couldn't quite pick it up. Wrapped up by Porter.
That was very sloppy play there, Boronia. They had chances to hit the target, and they just completely botched that up.
Free kick here going against Johnson to Burgess.
Yeah, when they were having a scuffle, it was 50-50, don't worry about it, but Johnson accidentally hit him in the head trying to run off away from Burgess. So Burgess, it was pretty obvious, the jolt back head, free kick against, and he's kicked it to his opponent. So this is a turnover in the hands of Uren now. Goes long, but it's Burgess Corey who'll take the mark, standing all alone. The late against by Goulding was all too late, and Corey Burgess says, I marked it, stay where you are, I'll play on. Short kick is dangerous though, but Collins makes it good.
Are we going Burgess first or the first name first?
No, we always go Burgess, and then we'll tell people later.
So it's Burgess first.
When I can work out which one it is, I'll tell you. But safe went 2 out of 6 defenders of Burgess's, but it's in the hands of the Tigers as play plays on. Now ground level, Goulding again! Tight from the back of the post. From the point post, he misses near his side as getting it forward was Townsend. And Goulding nearly snares a goal from the pocket. Minor score in the end. Mitcham 7-4, 56, leading by 19. Boronia 5-7, 37. Time on third term.
Wex with the kicking. Ali from behind. Couldn't quite bring it down. Lovell involved. There's Rod Ali again. He's been great. Got the handball off. Here's Curtis inside 50 for the Tigers. Burgess got a fist to it. Ball hits the deck. Smart little kick. Was it 15? No, it wasn't. Jesse Uren now got a bit of work to do. His old mate looking to lay the tackle. Lachlan inside 50 to Barton Smith. And ABS will go back and have a set shot from here. If he wants to, instead, he wants to pass it off to Maguire from outside the arc. Flynn Maguire has just missed to the left. Minor score 7-15. 57 Mitcham. Boronia 5-7, 37.
That was poor marking by Boronia. They should not have let Maguire run 10 metres free onto that contest.
Yeah, they needed to put the brakes on ABS hand passing that off. And but Goulding, the kick there by Maguire was the smart play by the Tigers, but it trailed off as the wind has been doing. Hannon takes on the tackler, hand passes forward, hoping for Jamison. Jamison puts the pressure on, falls away of the Hawks. Kick goes forward to Hudson. He wants to play on quickly. It's a one-on-one for Robertson. He's calling for it. He's the back of his opponent. Pushes off and marks it. Pushes off and marks it. 15 metres does Robertson. He was calling for it for about a minute and a half. The ball had to come to him before others came to help the Tigers' defence. But Robertson took the mark.
You'd almost say open up the forward line and leave it with Robinson one-on-one on Nicholas, because he's beating him hands down at the moment.
Well, there's a height discrepancy and there's a strength. When the ball's played to his advantage going longer than Nicholson hopes, Robinson's going to mark it. So from 15 metres out, can he close the gap close to three-quarter time? He puts it through. He celebrates like he means business, does Robinson. He's second for the term. And now Boronia 6-7-43, trailing Mitcham 7-15-57. It's a 14-point margin, 23 minutes gone, third term.
Just gets better with age, doesn't he? Yeah. Robertson just never seems to drop off here. We've got Josh Ward on the boundary.
Well, Robertson, I feel like he's taking advantage of the fact he does have Riley Nicholas for company. Originally, Josh May was on him, but now he's obviously off for the remainder of the game as May.
Do you reckon they got another option? We'll get your comment, because do you think there's another player you'd put on him?
I don't think so, because Jackson Glossop is probably the next best defender, and he's not the tallest.
So back in the middle it goes again. The margin 16 points as we approach three-quarter time.
Yeah,
23, almost 24 minutes gone.
They need another couple of goals, I think, Boronia, just for self-belief, to give them a chance, thinking they're a chance in that last quarter.
Well, conditions might play a factor too, as the ball goes forward through Olden towards goal. He's put it through. The quick response from the Tigers. Fantastic finish from Cam Olden. He's got two, and two big goals too. Tobin Brother goal of the day contenders.
Is that his third?
Maybe it might have been.
Because he's been a real... Tell you what.
I've got two down.
Two.
Yeah, two. All right, but I think he's been a real danger. He's a real danger. He's going to create a lot of headaches for a lot of sides, Alden, this year. The way he can break the game open with his long kicking.
Well, you always remember the olden days fondly, don't you?
You do.
And that's one pun for today that's going to... for me.
Sorry, I wasn't even focusing.
Oh,
Gav was on the phone.
It's only us old folks that realise that, Ryan, so you don't feel worried.
You ran with the centre clearance, but Collins does well to intercept and kick it back into the middle of Walker Park. Taking on tacklers was Church. He was, well, manhandled, and so was Goulding, said the umpire, but he pushed off when he was doing that, trying to take on the tackler, and it's a free kick to Godwin. And there's some jeopardy in Godwin here, because his last two attempts at getting it going haven't worked to his advantage, but he's got Collins to help him on the wing. Another short pass for Boronia. They want to score as Fairchild loads up a long ball. Robertson in position. Now the Tigers sense danger and they come to the party with numbers and they knock it out as Robertson put himself underneath the ball.
Well done to Nicholas there, because we've obviously talked a bit about Robertson, but did well in that.
Yeah, definitely.
Contest.
Well, I think you've still got to read the ball just the way it's haphazardly coming forward. It doesn't suit any forwards, so reading and judging the ball. Hannon pushes off, tries to get it going, but it's all Tigers at ground level, and the tackles fly in. Hannon picks it up eventually with Church helping him out, but the scary sense that at ground level it's all Tigers under most of these contests. Again, ruck one. Lachlan again plays well, gets it out of the congested area, but it falls for Boronia. The quick kick in has been chopped off. Nice mark in defence as the Tigers look to settle. As the hand pass goes, Maguire long ball out, goes to the wing, push off. Now, well done by Godwin, gets his teammate to release a long ball in. Nearly late to the contest was Hudson. It's bundling around. Collins picks it up, top of the arc. He just puts it on the boot. Didn't really look, and his left foot dribbles out right side pocket. And they're getting rushed and harassed at all times. So Boronia, not much deliberate efforts going forward. It's in the pocket. Hudson does take on tacklers, hands it out to his teammate in Church, goes around the corner. Robertson tries to shepherd, and the punch through concedes a rush behind for the Tigers. Another minor score, Boronia 6-8-44, trailing Mitcham 8-15-63. 27 minutes gone in this third term. The long kick out to the outer side wing. It's off hands and out of bounds.
Gav, and people, I think, look, Boronia dominated the opening 5 minutes, but Mitcham have really once again taken control of the game for the rest of this third quarter. Boronia is still very disjointed around the ground. They just can't hit targets, and when they do, they're just not able to take any advantage of it whatsoever.
Here's Begley trying to burst through the tackle. White involved, off the ground. He wins it towards a one-on-one. Duncanson did well, picked up by Begley. Gets past one, can go for home here, Begley. Begley for a much-needed goal, misses to the left. So minor score for the Hawks, 6-9-45. Mitcham 8-15-63. We're approaching three-quarter time. Umpires called something. Is that the blood rule?
Tell you what, Boronia are pretty, pretty lucky that they're still in it. Mitcham at 8-15.
Yeah.
They had to convert it a lot more. Boronia wouldn't stand a chance.
Glossop's got kicking duties. Took a nice relieving mark before in defence. He's looking at options after that whistle stop play. I think everything's fine for continuation now.
You're going to have to go long down the line.
Yep, safety is to go out a wing. Mitcham got some numbers there, but so too Boronia, and offhands it goes out of bounds. I think time is in the favour of the scoreboard leader in Mitcham, considering they are going to the scoring end, you'd think, with an 18-point lead late in the third quarter. Hannon, ground level though, it's picked off by Church. Long ball, it's so long that it goes over the marking contest, the top of the square, but it misses to the left. Another minor score, Boronia peppering without success. 6-9, 45 to 8-15 is 63, 18-point margin. 6-10, sorry, so 17 points the difference.
Great mark there taken by Curtis. Halfback here for the Tigers. They're just taking a bit of time before he sends it long down the line. Sport, almost his teammate there, as Lovell comes in and stolen away here by White. Arundel couldn't pick it up cleanly. Porter now involved. Just lost it. So a free kick here to the Hawks. They won't take the advantage. Ball will come back here to Jaden Collins. Now he moves it forward to Hannon. Hannon up to Arundel. Off the right boot, snap towards the goal square. Picked off here by Riley Nicholas.
There had to be an inboard kick to find rather than the snap around the corner.
And he will send it back where it came from. And that might be out of bounds on the full, which means Jaden Collins again will be able to bring it in. He sees Church. He's got a bit of time. Great mark. Saw him immediately, and Church led into the right spot for the mark.
Church gets this. Are they in it?
I think so. Get back to 2 goals. Yeah, obviously still down a couple on the bench, which will be difficult for him going into that last quarter. But just if they can get this momentum going into three-quarter time. It was Jordan Church, who's had another big pre-season. First year at the Hawks last year, was second in the best and fairest. His kick is to the right, so another missed opportunity for them. 6-11-47 to 8-15-63 Mitcham.
Long ball by Ali. Goes to that same spot, but Boronia have been good. Hannon, ground level player. He probably wants to get some shared help as he comes back to him. He takes on the tackler, and the umpire says, I'm happy to ball it up. 60 metres from Boronia's goal. They've been peppering the last 5 minutes. It's just that last ball inside 45 that lets them down. Mitcham dribble it forward. Now hoping hand pass release will get it going. Lachlan runs, and he's got the mercy. Boronia at his mercies. Hand pass over to Johnson. He couldn't get out of that tackle and slipped the tackle for a shot at goal. So Siren beats all Mitcham's attacking there. They've done a lot of it. 8-15-63, leading at three-quarter time by 16. Boronia 6-11-47. We'll go to our three-quarter time break. Mitcham leading by 16 points here at Walker Park. Round 1 of Division 1 EFNL. Back for more after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back. You might be tuning in on YouTube or Facebook. Thank you for watching our broadcast here at Walker Park Reserve in Nuttawading. It's Mitcham's home ground, and their first game of the year is going quite swimmingly so far. 8-15-63, Mitcham leading Boronia 6-10-46. Actually, I'm just reading different scoreboard. 6-11-47. It's a 16-point margin for Mitcham. Gavin Casey, Ryan Long, joined by Emily McKee and Wayne Brasher. I think, Wayne, you'd be keen to tell us scores around the grounds because we've got the EFNL app up and running.
Yeah, we have Premier Division at this stage. Doncaster East with a very handy 21-point lead, Gav, at Zerby's Reserve this afternoon. Doncaster East 12-5-77, leading Vermont 8-8-56.
What's a read on both sides? I know it before the game even.
Well, on paper, Doncaster East, I think, had the better side on paper.
Mm-hmm.
But Vermont's win-loss record always keeps them in with a chance against Doncaster East because Doncaster East only beat Vermont for the first time in 10 attempts last year. So,
okay.
But that being said, it looks like this game is being played at one end of the ground, and I think Doncaster East had that advantage in the first and third quarters.
Mm-hmm.
I think Vermont will have that opportunity in the last quarter, but 21 points. That's 4 straight kicks that against your opposition.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a bit of a job to do.
Still game on. Well, do you think, Emily, it's game on here because we're talking about scoring ends? I think Mitcham just progress through the lines. Just smarter today, but they haven't got the score on the board to finish off the game. 16 points at three-quarter time. How's your read on what could happen and how the game's gone?
Well, I think Boronia, if they were able to play this last quarter like they played those first couple of minutes in the third quarter, anything can happen in a game of footy, right? Mitcham had plenty of scoring opportunities in that quarter, so it's not like it's impossible to convert down there. And it's really
3-6 that quarter.
Absolutely. So there's not much in it. So that's 9 scoring opportunities. Imagine if Boronia get the ball down there a couple of times, score a couple of goals, and all of a sudden it's 5 or 6 points in it. Completely different game. It's just a bit of belief, bit of momentum. I mean, got a small interchange bench, which really does hurt. But if they can clear it out of the middle and get the ball down the line, like I said, anything can happen in a game of footy.
Rash, we're going to go to the Josh in a sec, but Boronia break off always early, always first. Winterton with Mitcham, they've still got the huddle, and Mitcham always waiting a minute in the middle. What's your read on that? Because it's an interesting fact of today that Mitcham have long huddles and Boronia just disperse it nice and quick.
Well, Clarkey might be short and sharp to the point in what he wants from his players.
100%. That's what I was going to say.
But Neil Winterton, right, Neil Winterton is very methodical, and sometimes there's a little bit of gamesmanship in that.
Keep them waiting.
Yeah. I mean, that's one way of making, you know.
They're still arms locked. Even the supporters got sick of it. They've left. They're leaving the ground as we speak. It'll take a minute to clear.
Half the time I thought it was him taking an extra couple of minutes to get his breath back because being the player coach years ago.
We'll go down the boundary because I believe Josh Ward has Neil Winterton with him.
I do have Neil Winterton. Neil, a very promising and very good first 3 quarters. What have you made of the game so far?
Yeah, it's obviously with the conditions, it's been a bit scrappy. I think both teams have had some opportunities to hit the scoreboard a little better than we have. But yeah, you know, we're obviously happy at 3/4 time to be in front by, can't do the maths, whatever that is, 16 points I think it is. So yeah, we're happy where we are, but we understand Boronia are a very good team, and you know this game's far from over. They're going to come hard in this last quarter.
The pressure's been really good as well. Is that something you're looking to continue into this final quarter?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a bit of a focus area, as it is nearly every week, but particularly today they've got some really good midfielders. So if we allow them time and space to use the footy, they're going to cut us up. So that is a focus for us in this last quarter.
Thanks, Neil. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks there, Josh Ward with the Mitcham coach, Neil Winterton. So ready to go for this last quarter.
If we have a look at the way that stoppage is set up, we've got 2 players on the far side. There's a lot of space in between them. If Mitcham win that ruck tap, they're going to tap to that side, which gives a lot of space to run on and then bomb the ball down the line. They've been doing that for a lot of that 3rd quarter, so it'll be interesting to see if that happens again in this one.
Boronia going to the right of screen to the White Horse Road end. Hannon wins the tap, but at ground level, Lachlan wins the kick forward for Mitcham as they go to the scoreboard end, at the scoring end. Repelling there was Harry Burgess. He gets his hand pass into the middle with Fairchild, shares it to Hannon. Josh Hannon kicks a high up and under. Arundel's going to have to be good to get to that ball, and he's beaten to it by his opponent.
Very poor option there by Hannon.
Long ball inside the Tigers forward line at ground level. It's been picked off by Godwin off hands. He shares it off. And long ball by White, trying to get some momentum going. Arundel had to be the spoiler in the end, and it's out of bounds, out of side, half forward for Mitcham's attacking. Scoreboard 63, plays 47. That 3rd term, 3-6, Mitcham beat Boronia 3-5. Boronia win it out of the boundary throw in. Ali going back with the fly to the ball, knocks it down, does get some help at ground level. So the Tigers do share and hold up nicely in defence. Lachlan got an inside ball. The kick's a bit fierce, and it's all the Hawks in the middle of Walker Park. Now a driving ball. Underneath it is Hudson, and he's beaten to it by numbers. But at ground level, is that over the neck of Hannon? Hannon ducked his way, and smartly, you've still got to tackle him properly, even if he ducks down. And Ali's tackle was over the top and gives a free shot at goal for Luke Hannon.
If he gets this, that's only 10 points in the game.
Yep. It's and you can get a bit scared of an opponent coming from behind, and nerves do terrible things to your skills sometimes. But we have to see this go through for momentum to start for Boronia. They had so many shots at goal late in that 3rd term they didn't capitalise on. Now, Hannon kicks it long, driving ball, and it gets inside the left post to be a goal, and that closes the gap to 10. 53 plays 63. Potentially game on. Boronia getting a goal through Hannon.
Vermont have got it back to 9 points. It's Doncaster East 12-5-77, Vermont 10-8-68.
Back here it's 10 points, 8-15 to 7-11. Important one for the Hawks to get first. Hanning with the tap out. Forward it goes to his brother-in Luke, who's wrapped up by Lachlan. We'll get another ball up in the middle of the ground.
Do you reckon they're just going distance here? Just surge the ball into the forward line?
Yeah, I
punch the
think
ball forward?
I just think they've got to just go straight down the line here, Em.
So Hannon again, been involved, got off to his brother once more. Collins.
Looks like they were trying
side here.
isolate Ben Robertson as well, but they've got double teamed and had to bring another player back.
And it's Duvalin now for the Tigers, who gets them out of trouble for the moment. As that ball crosses the line, we'll get a ball up. A boundary thrown on the far side. Thanks for joining us on EFNL YouTube and Facebook today. This ball brought back into play. Round 1 for Division 1. Arundel. Bouncing ball, picked off by Rod Ali. Dodges through one, gets a handball off. And the Tigers now move this ball forward. Mark is taken by Sanderson. Got the hands off and inside 50, picked off by Fletcher Duke.
Will he chip away through the middle? He does. Begley stood tall, took on that. Now gets a quick hand pass, shares it through Godwin. Now it goes through Collins into the middle to Arundel. Now Fairchild takes on the guy tackling him. He doesn't evade the tackle. Collins there to help. His chip kick into the forward line on the bounce. It's play on. The Tiger tried to fool the umpire by covering the ball up and say it was a mark, but the umpire's not buying into that, and Duvalin has to hand it back. So nearly there for Boronia. They just couldn't evade one tackle. Going in again, Collins being more influential as he moves onto the ball. So Begley and Collins, and this time being wrapped up was Duncanson. They'll be influential if they can get back into the play. Fairchild does the tackling, holding up Boronia. They're trying to keep it in. Can they be dangerous from a stoppage? Mitcham have been very good in tight around the circle of the stoppages. And again, Duvalin takes on the tackler, has a second go to take on the tackler. Was nearly going to be pinked, but it falls to Arundel. Chips it into Jamison on the lead. Short lead, but the player will have a shot from 45 metres out. Tight angle boundary. There is right to left on this kick. So if he's smart enough to work this out, put on the near right post and hope for the best. Jamison, has he got the journey? Puts it right of the rightest post, and it's too far out and out of bounds.
Looks like we're heading for a grandstand finish at Zerby's Reserve because Vermont have hit the front here. Vermont 12.880 are now in front of Doncaster East 12.577.
Geez, that's happened quick.
Yeah, 21 points very quickly.
And out here, it's a 10-point lead to the Tigers. This fixture against Vermont last year, round 1 Sunday, they did have a similar lead going into the final break before Vermont came from behind. So Boronia looking to emulate that themselves as they trail by 10 points. Here's Lovell. Finds a target. Lachlan Curtis. He's had a bit of the ball today. There's Curtis inside 50. Marrows amongst this. So is Olden. Couldn't quite bring it down. Trying to burst through was Wex. Stolen away Gill. His kick was smothered. Back to Olden. Olden gets her hands off the left boot towards the goal from Goulding to Hawks. It didn't matter because it went through the...
it didn't matter that he never touched it.
But, geez, they almost looked like they bottled that.
Yeah, so the Hawks had all the 2 against 1, and they're hoping to spoil it before it went over the line, and missed chest mark, nearly went through for a goal. But Boronia, sigh of relief, only concede a point. Trying to get out of the defensive area, they won't be successful in that attempt first up, as Goulding took the ball close to the line and taken over the boundary. 6 minutes into this fourth term, 1 goal to Boronia has closed the gap to 10 points. 11 points, 64 to 53. It's 11-point margin in favour of the home side, Mitcham. They try to get forward of the stoppage. Now it's in the hands of Uren. Uren spins onto his right, puts the ball into the pocket. Pack forms, and the danger is averted for the moment as the defence concede a boundary throw-in.
Do you reckon Boronia are missing that slickness of Mitch Mellis?
Yeah, they can't break the lines. They haven't got someone that's broken the lines in that midfield. They're also missing Max Brash's linking play through that midfield. They haven't got that extra player that they usually need.
Whistle. Where's it pointing? It's off the off-play. Umpire says it's a holding decision going the way of Hannon. So Boronia, sigh of relief, free kick. Kick against the ground. Olden again. He's come in from the side. He comes in so late. They don't see him coming half the time, and Olden takes the mark in front of the intended marker for Boronia, that is Edwards. He never saw the intercept happening until Olden takes the mark in front of his eyes. So he'll go around the corner, 30 metres out, never bent it. And it's another minor score. Mitcham 8-17-65, 2-goal lead. Boronia 7-11-53. Another let-off for the Hawks.
Don't want to give them any bad juju, but they were very inaccurate in that Vermont game too. So that came to bite them then. We'll see if it happens today as Hannon out of their back half. Begley's got time to take the mark, and he's off straight away looking for Collins. He's got him. Can go back to Begley if he chooses. Has wide across the field. Dangerous kick. There's two Tigers there. Might work out because Arundel's amongst this one. He picks it up cleanly. Chasing this one once more. Plenty of Tigers around this. And one of them is Jai Townsend to wrap him up in the middle of the ground.
That's where it's fallen down for Boronia today. They've been able to create linkage, but then it's one bad disposal that's been creating the turnover.
Barton Smith swung around. Collins handled to Begley, to Church. Church to Hannon. Back to Church. Rebecca now involved for the Tigers. And they just create a clearing kick forward. Lachlan. He's wrapped up by Burgess. Now White. Middle of the ground picked off here by Alex Barton Smith. Barton Smith finds Lachlan, who's by himself. He's off straight away. Looked at originally at home, then found the short target in Johnson. And a great lead and a good kick there by Guy Lachlan.
He's played a really good game, Lachlan. He's been everywhere that you wanted him to be at the right, appropriate time, and he's been creative, and he's made something happen for Mitcham this afternoon.
And so is this guy, Mitch Johnson, who has 3 goals next to his name. A fourth here would extend the margin to an even 18 points and really make things difficult for the Hawks. As Johnson lines up, the new recruit. He likes it off the boot, has the fist up, and the Tigers are now 18 points up. 9-17-71 to 7-11-53 Boronia.
We're 10 minutes into this last quarter, and one thing I have liked about Boronia is that they are still attacking and moving the ball through the middle. And what we saw from the last couple of quarters is that stopped after about 5 minutes or so, but they've kept that momentum. So it'd be interesting to see whether that goal's just brought them back down a little bit, or whether they're still going to continue to take those risks. Because if they do, and they pull them off, again, anything happens in a game of footy.
Doncaster East have taken the lead back off Vermont again at Zerby's Reserve. It's Doncaster East 13-5-83, leading Vermont 12-9-81.
Sanderson rucking. Hannon decides to not go up against him. Ground level. The Tigers do win it, but they're under a heap of pressure as the pack's quick to form, with Fairchild leading the tacklers for the Hawks on his opponent in Rebecca.
I know it's probably the early call, but if Mitcham gets the next goal, I think they're going to be really hard to beat from there.
Hand pass forward to the pack. Now another hand pass goes into the hands of Collins. He's long ball. Robinson tries to push it forward to a runner, hoping for, but Ali's in the way. Now he runs away from them all, puts it on the right foot. A bit of a barrel as it comes off his boot. The mark not taken at half back, sitting on the ball. Boronia say that's holding the ball, but no, says the umpire. It'll be a ball up, and just one of the Tigers players, I think that was Lovell, fell over, and the umpire had a bit of sympathy for him and blew a whistle just to hold off for him. As now Boronia, can they get it going? Forward of the pack through Church. Church spins on a dime, kicks it long to Whitehorse Road. Robinson can't take the mark. Ground level. Tigers are there, and Lovell in good position to mark the quick hurried kick his way. And from 40 out, he's just taking time off the clock, looking at options, goes left and finds a teammate. And this is what you can do when you've got an 18-point lead. You can take the heat out of the contest and slow it down. Boronia haven't done themselves service. They just haven't been able to connect through the middle of the ground. Mitcham have owned it, but Church takes the mark in the middle, looking for an inboard pass. Finds it. It comes off the hands. Not taken by Hare. Who can get it at ground level? It's a free kick going way. Saves the blushes of Hare through Duncanson getting a free kick. Duncanson looks at options. Where's Robinson? He'll come in late. Doesn't get to him, but it's a mark anyway. It is a mark anyway to the Hawks. No, it's a push-off.
It's a push-off.
So Begley doesn't get to claim the mark. He hands the ball over, and Nicholas will take a free kick, goes across the defence, and Tigers hold up.
Besides which, his first two hands to it were in his hand. The second came off the back of the other player's head.
Okay. So kick across ground as Tigers share it nicely.
So they move this down to Glossop. He's got a bit of room in front of him. Handball's in front. Big collision. Barnes might still be able to win this one. He does. Bit of a half throw, and it has been picked up. Threw it over the back. So
the Storm could have done with him last night.
Yes, it's Jamison, or Arundel, sorry, off the Church. Back to Arundel now. Inside 50 for the Hawks. And Rod Arley standing in front again with the instep mark. Been very, very good, and you knew he was going to be obviously playing VFL this year.
He's playing that more of a loose half-back role, which really allows for him to be able to read the play and do those intercept marks. It's been a huge standout for Mitcham today.
100%, and we don't have the best on-ground awards today, but it feature in my votes as this ball comes out to Goulding, who's also been pretty impressive in this second half. So Goulding, long inside 50. Jarrett Lake in front position, slipped through hands. Here's Marrow, couldn't quite get it. Burgess off the Lake, off the side of the boot. Bit of work to do for Duke, kept in by Guy Lachlan, still alive, still bit of pressure here for the Hawks. Josh Hannon off to his brother Luke. Handball forward, and wrapped up in the tackle is Jamison by Barton Smith. Looked like at first he was about to dump him, but
he thought the better of it.
Just smartly.
And then he cuddled him in there.
Yeah.
So right in front of us on the broadcast side, we get a boundary throw in. Hannon, and here they go. There's the space of Rundle. And towards Robertson at centre half forward. Spoil just in time. Church back to Arundel. Arundel bouncing footy. And a desperate act there by the Tigers to kill that ball. That was Jackson Glossop. So minor score, 7-12-54 to 9-17-71 as Lee go down to the boundary with Josh Ward.
Kieran Edwards getting some treatment on his hamstring. Came off a little bit ginger about 3 or 4 minutes ago, so I'll keep an eye on that one.
Big fist comes in over the top by Burgess in Corey. Ground level though, the Tigers, as often they are, win it, but the kick's been chopped off. But Hannon couldn't get it going. It's in the hands of Lovell. He's dancing and he's skipping around players. He gets the kick going forward. Hand pass to the forward runner and Uren. Uren's got a pocket player and he'll get it nicely as the kick was going to be a free kick as Uren got taken late and Olden takes a mark and he's lining up. Let's look at the team sheet. He's third.
Was his hand direction wrong? I thought that looked like his hand was pointing towards the Mitcham goals.
Well, he was saying pay it down.
Pay it down.
Pay it downfield. That's what the point was.
I've got a feeling that this might be the game here if he kicks this.
Well, memory about 5 minutes ago, Olden had the same kick. This time he doesn't take too many steps. He keeps as close to the goal line as he can, and he kicks it through the middle, and he's pointing to the crowd. He's going to be a fire starter. He's going to stir up some muck, I reckon, this year. Wow. Olden, 3 goals, and it's a 23-point lead for Mitcham.
Yeah, I like this pick up for them, and I think that was to the Tiger fans too. He wasn't.
Yeah, but it's still something that could annoy the opponent.
Yeah, no, but very, very good. Been impressive today.
I think just getting the goal is enough at the moment.
Yeah, that's very annoying.
You said about best on earlier, Ryan, but I reckon best on is the behind score line. We've got 17 and 12. Like the amount of scoring shots that are just nothing.
It's been partly due to the conditions as well. Been certainly tough down there, and at the moment, as we said, the 23-point lead is just about there.
Although this main scoreboard hasn't updated yet.
Yeah, it has. Yep, the one just looks like a 7 crash.
No,
you're looking at the other one.
Yep.
There's 2, the old school and the new school scoreboard out here.
How we got it, Ryan? There's 3 scoreboards to confuse us.
Well, it is correct that 77 plays 54. That is your real score line. Big collision in the middle of the ground. It was Church and Curtis. Curtis a bit sore from that one.
Doncaster East is still 3 points up here. It's 14-6-90. Vermont 13-9-87.
Lovell with the tap down. Porto involved. And now the Tigers into a bit of space. White. Handballed over the top looking for Arundel. Goes back to Duke. Shrugs off the tackle to White. A high kick towards the forward 50. Robertson's got 2 to beat. Great fly from Jesse Uren, going back with the fly of the ball. Take that, Mark. And just finds the short option in Hamish Gill. Gill off to Marrow, and they're looking just to maintain possession of the footy here, Gav.
Marrow out of side. All the time in the world just to survey options. Long down the line. Who can mark it? Flyers go in. Punch out by Boronia. They don't want to be doing much defending as they chase the game. Fairchild pushes off, but the boundary umpire wins out with the decision, out of bounds. As we approach time on. It's been a nearly day for Boronia. Every time they mount an attack, I think Mitcham put a hand in and a saving tackle that puts them off their momentum. But the electricity around goals by players like this man, Johnson, is what's got the score on the board. He takes on the tackle, it gets taken high, so he's shooting for goal number 5. It could be the best of the lot because from the right pocket, it's a very acute angle.
And he's going to provide real nuisance value throughout the season as well, Johnson. He's going to take a good player every week.
So they've got the small forwards. If they can get the focal point in place, Mitcham look like they're going to be hard to beat this year. Johnson from the pocket, the most acute angle you can get from that pocket, 30 metres out, puts it high, maybe too high, but it's a mark. A Tiger mark at the top of the goal square. Yep, it's that man.
Olden.
It's Olden. It never gets old, him kicking goals for the Tigers fans. He takes a mark. He's always late in. It's like he works out what's going to happen and then he just goes for it. And he takes the mark in front of a pack of players like he was the only one going for it. Olden from point blank range, goal number 4. He joins Johnson on 4. They're a 2-punch attack here today. Mitcham 11-17-83, now lead by 29. The lead they probably deserve of Boronia, 7-12-54, 20 minutes, fourth term.
Yeah, well, they gave it their best shot, Boronia, early in the opening 5-6 minutes of the last quarter, but they just didn't have enough in the skill department this afternoon, Emily. They're just a lack of direction, and they just had no one to direct besides Robertson.
Yeah, I'd say from a composure or a structure perspective, that's probably where they were getting let down after that 5-10 minute mark of each quarter. It's first round,
yes.
You know, so take what you want from that. They've still got 17 left. They're still going to be competitive. They're still missing some very valuable players.
Yes.
They're still changing the way that they're moving the ball. So it's not the end of the world. This is against a team that's recruited well, coming down from Premier Division. It's a game of footy at the end of the day. Just these couple of minutes just hurt if Mitcham sort of get on a roll.
Yeah, which they're looking to push forward to get another late goal. It's a free kick here going the way of the Hawks.
But equally, it was important for Mitcham because they wanted to make a statement too after a poor season last season in Premier Division as well.
Yeah, well, it's hard. Was it not many? No wins? One win?
Yeah, one win.
One win, yeah. So coming down, you definitely, just for a bit of belief around the club and for everyone, you know, the fans, the supporters to fall back in love with the game and love coming down to Walker Park as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And despite the conditions, they have packed it out well. Plenty of Mitcham supporters out here today.
I reckon Sunday's a marquee day. Clubs have got to use this chance to get neutrals and locals into the ground. I reckon Sunday's a viable option.
Not too many times because I don't want to do too many Sunday games myself.
It's not all about you, mate.
As the ball comes back out of the hands of Begley. Composed and got it off to Jamison. Jamison through the corridor was looking for Church. Harley got hands to it. Might end up with the footy. It's Collins over the top to Duncanson. Has Hare on the outside. And Nathan Hare can go for home and has missed to the left. So minor score for the Hawks, 7-13-55 to Mitcham, 11-17-83.
Got a final from Zerbies, and Doncaster East have hung on by 3 points. Doncaster East 14-6-90, defeating Vermont 13-9-87.
Big result. So we wrap up Premier Division. It's happened over 2 weekends. And now round one wraps up with a thriller down at Zerby's. It's in the hands of Porter for Mitcham off half-back, and they're sharing it around with skill now that the game is sort of petered off in terms of heat. And we haven't seen 5 kicks, 5 marks in a row all day. So that just shows you that now the game is all wrapped up. Long ball by Mitcham. Another inside 50. Flyers go at it. Boronia have got some tools there to knock it down. Marrow's trying to get onto the ball. Church picks it up, gives it to Jamison. Hand pass backwards to Collins. Collins' kick was smothered, but it does get to his teammate in Arundel. Hand pass share gets to Wex. Now gets back to Arundel through the kick being marked at centre forward. Oh, nearly taken out. The winged mark nearly there by Lovell was humorous because it was such a fluky attempt at it. Fantastic effort. Didn't get to the Robinson. And now Mitcham again get it out and Marrow takes the mark. I don't know if that's on the replay, but...
No, but it looked like he was doing one of those tricks you do with a, and this is a visual gag, but you know, the waiter trick with a plate where you put it in under your arm and spin it back up with something on it.
It was Harlem Globetrotters-esque. But it's now at half-back for Boronia. Been pretty good now, Church, in the last half. Gets it to his teammate Fairchild, finds a teammate in Begley. Begley's looking for options because 50's too far, he reckons. He dodges, does his own shadow, now goes and kicks it out in the full.
You know what, I'm actually liking these last couple of minutes of Boronia. The game is pretty much done and dusted, but you've seen some really nice passages of play. That Boronia style of game, which is to go through the middle, they've had plenty of kick-outs where they've gone straight to the top of 50, which is a very dangerous kick. Back themselves in. They are still doing a run and carry. They are still looking to change lanes all the way out to the last couple of minutes of the game. It's still good footy. There's so many upsides to Boronia moving forward.
Yeah, still pretty confident on where they'll finish this year. I've got them, my premiership tip actually, but I certainly think they'll be right there amongst it. Mitcham as well. We've got 2 very high quality sides today out here at Walker Park in this division.
I think I put them top 4. Do you remember?
I can't remember. I know you're playing around with my ladder predictors on the whiteboard in my office.
Yeah, everyone else's were wrong. Mine was right.
Yes, we'll go back and check that at the end of the season as Arundel's kick picked off here by the Tigers. And Mitcham, 25 minutes into this last quarter, currently lead the game by 28 points. Jesse Aran and Church going at it. And Church giving away the free kick.
Just so we're clear, that was North Ringwood, top of the ladder.
Yes, it was your big one.
If Boronia got that, that'd be a 3-peat. That's a 3-peat, isn't it? 3-peat?
No, they didn't win last year.
Oh, they didn't get it last year.
And there's the song for the Tigers. 11-17-83 have defeated Boronia 7-13-55 at Walker Park. A strong win from the Mitcham Football Club as they return to Division 1. And they've had to wait a while to sing the song. Their last win coming in round 8 last year. One thing I love coming out of Walker Park, they get the song.
We'll turn that off.
Great song out here. And a great win. We've got Josh Ward on the boundary who'll go in and grab an interview with one of the stars of the Mitcham side. But they'll be very happy to walk away with the 4 points here, Brash.
Most definitely, Ryan, because always important after you've had a season where you've been belted around and the club obviously had to go back and rebuild and reassess where they are. But they withstood a really, really spirited Boronia side this afternoon who probably made a lot of mistakes uncharacteristically. But that's because of Mitcham's pressure, and I think that's part of the reason why Mitcham have won by 20-odd points this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. And we're just having a look at ground level now. I believe Josh is potentially grabbing Cam Olden on their key recruits, and Josh has got him down now.
I was going to say, do you guys have me? But I am alongside one of their star recruits and a former VFL star in Cam Olden. Cam, first game as a Tiger and first victory must be very pleasing.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's good to be down here.
Gav, turn it down.
Can't wait for the season ahead. It's a good game. Jess, it's a great game.
How have you found coming down to Mitcham? Obviously, they're coming down from Premier Division and they've won 2 of the last 3 Division 1 premierships. How have you found coming down here to Walker Park?
Honestly, so far, I've had the best experience. Like, such a great group of lads. I didn't really do much for pre-season. Sort of just rocked up probably a month ago, 2 months ago, and like they're just so welcoming, and it's a great club. So I'm really looking forward to a great year.
And playing up forward alongside a bit of a live wire as well, and Mitch Johnson, who's also your forwards coach. Must be exciting to do it alongside him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a great bloke and he's a great leader. It's unreal to play alongside him, and hopefully we can keep the dynamic duo going all year. It'll be good.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
Well done there. Josh
He's already
Ward
called
with Cam Oldham.
himself part of a dynamic duo.
Yeah, well.
Who's that man?
Well, I think we'll learn a lot more in the first 4 or 5 weeks, but both very impressive in their own rights. And we won't get the song. We'll let Josh Ward come up because we are on a live stream and it is approaching 5 o'clock, which we will
Thank you, because it just started raining down here as well.
Yeah, all right. Quit your complaining and get up here already. Actually, Josh owes me a beer too, so make your way down to the bar downstairs and order my pint, and we'll go from there.
I'll take my time. I'll come back up. I need to warm up because I think it feels like 10 degrees out here, so a little bit chilly. Let's just put it at that.
Yeah, good on you, Josh. Great work this weekend, and a fantastic result for the Tigers. 11-17-83 to Boronia, 7-13-55. We're going to start to wrap things up here as we're off at 5 p.m. Emily, I'll start with you. Great to have you on board for the first time as part of the media team. Did a fantastic job in the special comments chair, and very good job from you.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to say to that. Thanks.
You can say thank you.
No, it was really nice to just pretty much not be in the coach's box at the end of the day.
Different view from up here compared to on the coaching. You've coached at Walker Park plenty of times before.
Yeah, it's cool. The view's a lot better than on the away change rooms. I can tell you that for sure. But to not have that pressure and to just actually enjoy a game of footy, it was really, really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure to have you on board today. Brash, as always, great to have you on board.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, listeners. And thank you, ball boys. And we'll see you. So we'll see you again real soon. And get a Joe's into you.
Joe's iced tea if we missed that at half time. The pink lemonade?
Yeah, that's gone.
You finished it?
We're finished. Yeah. Yep.
Well,
yes.
I'll finish mine before I get down to the bar. But yes, very good. More on that in Insight, Josh. We'll bring those out again. Gav Casey, great to have you on board on a Sunday. When are we going to see you next? Probably a while.
Oh, no, I'll try my best. So you can put more Sunday games on. That'd be lovely.
Yeah. That's why you want the Sunday games.
And if they're in Mitcham, where I could walk in until it rained, I was thinking, how great's this? I could walk to a game. Great game to broadcast from.
Gav,
I was going to say, maybe we can do the King's birthday on a Sunday instead of Saturday.
Whatever you can achieve, I'll be there for you.
I think it'll be at Noble, though.
I've got a wedding that day, so...
If not, Gav, we'll see you in August.
That's not important.
Yeah. We're all great players.
I won't be going to Noble.
I'm Clark Keating.
I can tell you that. All right, and Lee Green to Megan Green on the camera. Big weekend from you guys. A big thank you to you and LKL Media. That's it for us today. It is Mitcham defeating Boronia in round 1, 11-17-83 to 7-13-55.